slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? Ayy, coming down like precipitation. I ain't never met a limitation. Hater plotting my elimination. Gotta go to Google for the information. I'm a superstar, so I gotta shine. Top dollar be the bottom line. Bottom feeding niggas out of line. Turn your heart rate to a dotted line. Yeah, my zodiac probably dollar sign. Got the energy to win it, my nigga, I'm feeling great. Got a day with destiny, focusing on my fate. I don't give a fuck what you rapping, you been a fake. I'm everything that they ain't, it can't be, it won't be. Wanna see me fall, I can't go, I won't leave. Coming from the block with plain clothes and police. Straight up to the top with bankrolls and rollies. Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? Ayy, 12 can't really stop shit, so I'm still pushing like a mosh pit. Ice dripping, think I'm hot shit. In a yellow bucket with the mop stick. I've been jugging jams like wholesale. Everything must go sell. Hitting bitches with the old well. Need 100 million on the low scale. On my worst night, I'm the best nigga. Wouldn't mess with you, couldn't cap to him. Homie spotted me like 700, brought 1100 right back to him. If I can't do it, then it ain't real. I just make dollars, I don't make deals. I've been going hard in the paint, still blowing kush clouds till I can't feel like. Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right?
Hello and welcome everyone to this best of 5 series between D Esports and Jolly Rogers. I'm Ozzy, joined by Gebetto here. This is going to be the promotion match, and I believe potentially the last thing for us covering for the open qualifiers. Gebetto, how are we doing today?
I'm super excited to be here. I'm super excited to see some of these players face off. This is some pretty high level league. I imagine that all aspects of the games are going to be from drafts to the gameplay. But yeah, I'm super excited. Fearless as well. Oh, Riot's given us some good food this year with Fearless. Some good patches too. Senna's just been pretty not reworked, but changed and back in the ADC position. I'm wondering if we're going to see some of that, but we'll have to see. Hopefully we can get into draft soon, Ozzy. But I'm super excited.
Yeah, me too. I'm very excited. I want to see if D is going to keep this like fist fight style they had going on from yesterday. Definitely seemed to be the way as yeah, you get your player cards here. Sanchovi's in the top lane, Perry in the jungle, Cat Evolved in the mid lane, Hamza in the 80 carry spot, and Stunt for D Esports here in that support role, as they are going to be facing against Jolly Rogers. But yeah, yesterday, D, really phenomenal. But Jolly Rogers, Dragoon in the top lane, Will in the jungle, Sudsy in the mid lane, Seb in the 80 carry role, and Nuke's going to be the support for Jolly Rogers. Both of these teams, very, very formidable. D really showing off yesterday what they can get done and some very clean matches. Jolly Rogers, though, the favorite, I would say, for this entire tournament. They've been looking formidable the entire open qualifier run. So, any thoughts? You have any thoughts? What are we about to see today?
I mean, I'm hoping for not a 3-0, regardless of what happens. I imagine it's probably not going to happen. I would expect some kind of pushback. Game 2, Game 3, even if it's 3-1 for either team here. You did say that JR is the favorite. Sorry. But yeah, I think that the recent changes for the grubs spawning a bit later, dragon spawning first. I see a lot of teams around different regions like swapping their bot up to the top lane around that 6-minute mark to play for that first grub spawn and really take that fist fight that you were talking about a bit before, and take it there. I feel like those grubs are really strong. And grubs are strong in general, but now that you can try to get the first 3, you don't have to play for all 6 for the strongest aspect of the grubs. I imagine that considering that D are taking taking these fist fight team fights, I imagine that will be the case here. Yeah, so look out for that fight because I assume that's going to be pretty chaotic.
Yeah, Hums pulling off a phenomenal game yesterday. Well, posting like I think 19 kills or something. So Hamza
Damn.
looking to get in that action as well. Also, in the series that I casted, the game 2, he got first blood on Ezreal into Xayah. So, um,
Mm.
on level one, utilize the Rising Spell Force and Lethal Tempo there to convert that kill very quickly. So. Yeah, honestly, I'm excited to see how D's gonna rise to the challenge here. Because again, right, like we said, Jolly Rogers, obviously a bit more favorited, but that doesn't mean anything, right? This is a best of
Yeah.
5, right? Jolly Rogers start making some mistakes. D is gonna look to capitalize on those mistakes. Definitely had a lot of clean games yesterday, where they didn't really give anything back. Especially, I think the biggest strength for D that I've seen is when they are able to get control of a game, they will never let it go. As we are going to get into draft number 1 of this best of 5
Woo!
series between D and Jolly Rogers. Yeah, I'm excited. And Senna got to be the first ban
All
away
right.
here, and that's pretty expected, right? Like Senna, just so strong right now.
Yeah, I just spoke about the changes there too. I think on the graphic we had, it said that Stunt plays a lot of center, highest mastery champion, so I guess it makes sense. Can still go towards the support role. Obviously the Draven banned away doesn't make makes a lot of sense. Actually, Stunt is the one banning away the center, so I'm not even wanting to first pick this. D is right now taking away the Gwen as well. Varus to follow up, so a lot of pinch on the 80 carry position here. Opens up to potentially look for one of the remaining 80 carries, whether it's a Kalista or, maybe that's something that's fallen out of the meta. Teams don't want to go towards anymore. Still got things like the Ezreal, like you were talking about before, that can be picked up. Potential Kai'Sa into that. But the Volibear, the Pantheon, 2 looks at the jungle here. First pick for D. Is it going to be an 80 carry position, or is it going to be a jungle look? I mean, things like Vi is still up, things like Jin Zhao still up. It is going to be that Vi for the first pick for D. I feel like this is a Zaya right here for Jolly Rogers.
You can definitely slam Zyra Khan right here as well, but need to be careful, like I mentioned. That's actually what got Gravity behind. It's going to be the Kindred answer here into the Vi. So a bit of a more interesting look here from Jolly Rogers. Looking to get a little active on the invading portion of that. For Will is Galio. Of course, the tried and true method of we have circles coming out here. Very good pairing between the two of them. Galio really, really strong into any melee jungler as well. So Hwei going to be the lock-in here for Cat Evolved into the Galio. Honestly, I would have kind of liked to see Cat Evolved maybe play like an Azir or Talia here instead, but opting for the Hwei, as it is going to be the Corki lock-in. I think Corki, for whatever reason, teams really like Corki right now. For me personally, like I said, I don't necessarily think it's the best thing to pick, but a lot of 80 carries, especially around tier 3, tier 2, are really, really getting into this Corki quite a bit here. But Ezreal blocked in here for Sudsy. I think Ezreal's decent enough champ, you know, has a lot of safety here, and you don't want to play Xayah necessarily without Rakan, so if you're going to pick a 80 carry on 3, I think Ezreal's fine.
Also a bit of a hard Xayah game, like great with the Vi, sorry, against the Vi, but Hwei Corki's a lot of poke. Xayah kind of struggles into that. I mean, does have, you know, time, I guess, to hit with the Galio there. But yeah, it is a bit of a tough Xayah game in general. Galio, you're right, tried and true with the Kindred, allows for roaming, but it's also one of those just like, I will force mid prior at some point in the game to roam for the Kindred stacks, which is something that you need to do. As JR, need to be drafting some kind of roaming to fight for these stacks. Rel, very standard support here to basically assist with that as we go into the 4-5 for D Esports here. And Jolly Rogers, Nami. Oh, is this a Lucian Nami here? Oh, sorry, it's Corki. No, oh. I'm not a huge fan of this Nami pickup here. I feel like D might lack engage as they look to give the top lane. It is Ornn, which does, like, it does slot in nicely, but I feel like the Kindred does enough into that, and it open up for a counter pick here for, you know, maybe a Camille. Camille Galio Kindred looks so nice here for Jolly Rogers. Mundo. I mean, it's pretty strong, super strong. I don't know if you've seen the Alois, like the... Have you seen those?
Yeah.
Those are so good.
Yeah. The YouTube shorts of Alois are going absolutely crazy because of Mundo. But honestly, yeah, I think for specifically D here, I think it's a little hard to play Alistar into Ezreal, right? Because he can just always Arcane Shift away. But as we are going to be loading up into the Rift here for game number 1 in this best of 5 between D Esports and Jolly Rogers. And again, this one is for all of the marbles. Lose this one, you lose out on potentially getting promoted into the NACL. So that is going to be something to keep mentioning here, as yeah, this is a very pivotal game for both teams, both vying for that spot and chance to get in. But to continue about my point, I think Alistar is a little hard into the Ezreal, but maybe an Alistar here specifically to counter any kind of like Rel engage would have been nice in my opinion, but they're going to opt for the Nami. Gives a lot of power though early.
They banned it in the second phase,
my
so
fault.
good read by JR.
Yeah,
you are super correct. Rel against JR's comp right now would have been super good. But, I mean, is Nami the follow-up after the Alistar? Like, Alistar's banned. Is the next choice Nami here? I feel like it's a bit rough for D right now to be going something like that. Like, I understand, you know, you want to kind of enhance that damage that you've got. Ornn kind of rounds it out nicely, I guess. But I still really would have liked even something like a Poppy would have been kind of nice. I'm a big fan of engaged support in general. I think that enchanted support can go south very quickly. We'll have to see if that does happen. Stunt going to be winning this lane at least with the range support.
Yeah, really nice flick back here. We'll get a nice little trade in this bot lane for D. The Nami going to be just kind of a menace on this level 1 into the Rel. Not really much to be done. Honestly, the thing to talk about Nami is that like at the very least, it actually like really helps their poke. because you know you can use the E, gets the slow. Cat Evolve getting traded on here quite hard in the mid lane. So is losing a little bit of HP, but has the health pots ticking there to help him out. As yeah, the thing with Nami is it will actually help their poke, right? You just Nami E like the Corki on rockets, you Nami E like the Hui, and it'll give you the extra damage there. So not necessarily the worst look, and you can also use save tidal wave for any kind of big engage trying to come through. So especially with how like potentially stacked that JR might find themselves here, where if JR is going to be stacked here in like Kindred ult, Tidal Wave could actually get very big usage.
I can definitely see the value of the Nami coming in. One thing that's just on my mind right now, actually, is the Ezreal pickup into the Vi. I know that Ezreal, you know, quite a slippery AD carry in general, but Vi giving guaranteed lockdown to me is something that you want to be playing into the Ezreal. I feel like, you know, the Esports are pretty happy with that pickup there. As a first pick, Vi into the Ezreal on the 2-3 there for Jolly Rogers. Might be a bit of a risk for the Ezreal here.
Dragoon
The
getting
top, a lot of
low.
snacking here.
Needs to watch out. Knockup gonna come in here from Sanch. Dragoon in trouble. Force the ghost, and the bellowing blows means he's going to fall down to first blood. And well played by Sanch to find first blood in this matchup. Especially, hey, you know, we were talking about the strength of Mundo, but Orin, tried and true, consistent top laner, does so much damage in the early game because of the max health damage. As
It's a bit of a hard all in too, right? The spell shield off the knockup, you got to break that at least. He still then did get the knockup after that, so I imagine broke it and then had to get it afterwards, denied it. Some good damage at the end there, and doesn't even need to you know, worry about too much there. It's going. This is gonna be Fimbulwinter. I think was it you that I was talking to about Fimbulwinter the other day? No, it was somebody else that I was casting with about how Fimbulwinter's got like quite gutted recently, and it feels a bit strange to go, but you don't necessarily have to all in, finish that. It's done. Takes quite a lot of damage there, but mana looking low in the bot lane. I imagine a push out soon, and then a base grub timer, Aussie. So I got a few minutes before that's going to happen, but if we want to do that lane swap that I was talking about on the draft, it's a good timer around about now after this next wave for bot lane gets taken for D Sports here. And this mid lane, it's continuing to look really good. I feel like Galio, one of those matchups where like, yeah, it does great into majors, but you got to kind of wait a bit before it starts feeling really good. I mean, it is down like 10 CS, but Kratos is still feeling really strong in this lane, regardless of, you know, a little bit of CS deficit. Galio's a tank. He's not really that fussed by it. It's a pretty good start to be generating this much pressure already.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, Galio generating this much pressure is really, really, really nice for the Kindred, as actually Dragoon potentially in trouble, forced to pop the ultimate already early. Looks like Perry's looking to go for it. Gonna miss the Vault Breaker, though. Dragoon still in the ultimate, gonna be trying to run away here. Flash forward from both Sanchovy and Perry. Dragoon gets the passive, but it's not gonna be enough, but Perry is gonna go down. Trades 1 for 1, and Dragoon now on the board after a pretty rough start here, and a little bit of a misplay coming in from D, giving him a kill back. Otherwise, that would have been a fantastic play, especially with that single miss Vault Breaker from Perry. Just a bit of an unfortunate play there for D to trade back. They're also going to be losing the Drake as well on top of that, so not necessarily the best play for them.
They lose both flashes as well, trying to commit to that kill. Maybe if Perry was 6 on the wave there, it looked like he thought he might have been because he started hitting the wave. It looked like for maybe some XP, but they decided to go for the call on the kill anyway. So you jump back into a nice replay here. I mean, this is a great like pathing from Perry to find this. The kill on Dragoon was already great, the ghost, but then hits 6 on the wave here, gets the ult and is just too fast. You can see Perry hitting the wave, just misses the Vault Breaker, which I imagine would have gotten the kill earlier. And they both have to flash forward, try to get the damage. Perry force a tank. The knockup is good, but unfortunately just falls down to the last hit of the tower. A great 1 for 1 there in favor of Dragoon, but Perry's back in top lane again.
Yeah, Dragoon gonna get taken down here almost certainly. Ultimate's going to land from Sanchovi's. Nice little heal from Dragoon, and Perry's gonna go down almost. Does not. Does not. Almost trades back another kill and a 1-for-1. Will trying to find an invade here on this top side. Will be able to do so, has priority in mid. But yeah, a lot of pressure into this Mundo in the top side. This horn now 2-0. Feeling quite nice, Anchovies. Up only to 2
Oh,
CS. But
Fnatic.
yeah, a little bit of a pause coming in here. Unsure what that's about, but that is okay. We'll try to
Dragoon's just
inform you.
annoyed that Perry's come back again. He's like, bro, surely not. He has to quickly type some BM quickly. But I feel like this play, even though kills are going in favor of Sanchez as we jump back into the game here, I feel like this doesn't feel bad for JR. You get the invade there as well off of that kill because the Esports has to reset there. You already got the dragon. Grubs are spawning in about 20 seconds now, which you still have prior for, right? Vi doesn't have flash. Kindred does have flash and ult. Obviously, Perry just ticked over to 6 just before. But Sanchovies doesn't have ult either, right? You've got the roam from the Galio, bot prior for JR as you go to the classic spectator freeze there, which is now getting roamed upwards. Kratos is going to clear this wave and then rotate up for the grubs as well if necessary. I feel like this game position right now for JR, despite the kill deficit, feels pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, the game state is really, really, really in their favor. Obviously, Ultimate's coming across now for Jolly Rogers across the entire board. So they have everything. No Call of the Forge God, but Dragoon, again, being looked at here as Vault Breaker going to miss. And Ultimate coming in from Galio. As I imagine Perry's going to fall down here. No flash available. Dragoon's going to pick up a kill. And again, just so much force happening in this top side. And some very pivotal, like, Vault Breaker misses here from Perry. That's kind of just leading to his demise. But Deep will find themselves losing these grubs as well off of that play. And a really nice counter read from JR.
I mean, Perry tries to make a kind of like a tempo trap play on there. You know, doesn't have the game state necessary to fight around those grubs properly. Tries to cheat that by finding a cheeky all-in onto Dragoon, but like you mentioned, missing the Vault Breaker again is crucial to that. No flash, plus Dragoon had ult. And then the crucial part of that is that Will on this Kindred had, goodness, Will on this Kindred has already roamed up, plus the Galio ult at any time. So you're always at a numbers disadvantage there. I mean, it's a good attempt, I guess. It's a good idea from D here to try to, numbers override one of the lanes, try to create a numbers disadvantage, and then roam towards the grubs. But have a look where the Kindred already is, right? Kindred's already there. Galio ult to give the shield. The knock-up catches the Vi, who a good buffer, actually, with the cease and desist there, but unfortunately, not enough.
Yeah. Honestly, to say, like, to point this out, right? Like, I think Perry's done a pretty good job of trying to punish Dragoon, but the problem is there's just too much force, especially around where, like, so far, Jolly Rogers has really, really, really tried to focus on getting good at, like, having, like, pressure and presence around the objectives. They had it with the bot lane play, or with the Drake, sorry. And obviously Will here on the Kindred, getting quite a lot of invades. But still, kind of just no reaction from D or respect towards JR roaming towards the grubs, right? Like, there's nothing else to play for. Of course, they're going to come and roam for this because at the time, you also didn't have Call of the Forge God, right? Like, they know that you don't have that cooldown, and they have all of their ults up. So they're going to go and play for the grubs there. So maybe instead of playing for that, could have maybe just given the grubs. Because you're not really in a position. Hello, everyone. You're really not in a position to fight for that, and maybe just try to make a play onto the Ezreal, because the Rel did rotate up, right? Nukes did rotate. So you could have maybe tried to find a pretty easy kill onto the Ezreal. You have more than enough damage between Corki and Vi with the Nami, with enough CC, right? To at least force him off the wave, which is at least getting you something. But unfortunately for D, they're going to opt for the wrong play. They get counterplayed by JR, and honestly, really good play from JR overall. Kind of not getting baited by the grub spawning on that exact timer, paying attention to the map a little bit more, and finding themselves a nice little freebie.
Looks like here, I'm just having a look. might have been one of the top laners from one of the teams was experiencing quite a lot of lag. So I think that they were just resetting their router. So hopefully we won't be out of the game for too long. But I mean, it's one of those situations where, I mean, yeah, we can talk about what the what the consolation prize could have been in that moment. But the real mistake is this consistent look towards the top, right? When you want to fight around the grubs in 1 minute or so, and you decide to all in the top laner as that play is happening, you're not able to fight for the grubs, which is the more important play there. Even if you're able to kill the Mundo there, which they did do, then you're in a position where you're significantly down tempo. Like I mentioned, your game state is not good anymore. And I mean, I guess the option for D is to try to override the. Oh, that did more damage than I thought. He might have had W on them. I didn't quite see there. But yeah, you try to override, pick up the Mundo early. But when you've already decided you're going to fight for the grubs, why try to take an all in onto Mundo beforehand when you can just not do that, keep your, keep the ults you need, and then take the fight at the grubs anyway, roam up with your Nami Corki, and fight around those grubs. I would have loved to have seen, like I said, the 80C, well, the bot lane in general, lane top up the top, TP with Ornn, would have been really nice to see, and keep that ult, the Forge God, for that. I feel like shutting down Mundo as well, it's not something that I'm really that worried about for Dragoon. Like, there's not tons of tank damage for D right now. I mean, yeah, Corki does do quite a lot, right? True damage plus the shred, but it's not a comp where I'm thinking, oh man, Dragoon needs kills here, needs early items, or he's just done. I feel like later on, Dragoon's still going to be doing the YouTube shorts. He does have the skin, so I mean, we'll have to see.
Yeah, and to point out here, right, Ezreal having a bit of a chill time here. Drafted in my mind, they're drafting Nami for two things, right? Tidal wave later to disrupt like anything with like inside Lamb's Respite, but also like lane dominance. But here we see both AD carries, even CS. Nothing really happening in the bot lane. Obviously, Corki, more of a scaling champion, but regardless, he still has a very, very good early levels, thanks to the true damage and the shred. And it's kind of like they're not utilizing this pick so much. Potential collapse here onto Perry and Cat Evolved. Forces the flash away from Cat Evolved. Will not find anything else, but this Drake is spawned up. Looks like they're going to play around this objective, potentially still. Flash for flash trade is all that's going to be what she wrote here at the moment. Still, a lot of posturing around this Drake. And we're kind of just waiting to see who wants to make the first move here. As I think if you're D, you really need to try to start poking now, but they are not going to do so, completely giving it up. Drake being started now and pulled out. JR going to walk this one back and go defend mid to get mid priority here. As, yeah, just a lot of posturing around.
Cancel the base in top lane is huge, actually. If that hits, oh, it looks like it just missed. That would have been a really nice cancel in an awful position. Chanceries would have been in there. I feel like Will screaming for the Hui stack there. Please, give me the stack. I think we'd have to check. Oh, Will has one Kindred stack right now, 12 minutes in. Not where you want to be at. With you're in a good position. That might be the break of this game. You're not in a position to fight anymore. No stacks on Will just yet, only in that first one. But yeah, really good patience from D right here. The engage on the Cat forces the flash, which I feel like does benefit JR. I mean, Galio having no flash, really not the end of the world, but this Hui having no flash really does feel bad. Instead, they buy their time, push up mid, roam down, and secure that dragon for themselves. One apiece, so I'm happy that JR don't overgreed that and fight for it, feel like they need to when they don't. It's going to be Chemtech Soul this game, which really benefits Mundo. Pretty good for Galio, and really good for Kindred ult too. What a weird interaction. I love that about Soul, but I feel like that's quite a nice interaction there when you're in ult. Get low, and after it's done, do that extra damage, be extra tanky. Now we've got some lane stops coming in for JR. Finally got the Galio in the bot lane. Putting Ezreal in mid to try to generate some of that pressure and roam around, I think is a good idea. But Oz, after that dragon has been taken, Herald still a few minutes away. I imagine the game will slow down quite a bit here. There's nothing really to fight for.
Yeah, nothing to fight for, and also, right, like, I really want to point out, like, JR really respecting kind of their item spike timers. Like, Ezreal didn't have the Triforce available for that fight, so instead
Yeah.
of trying to force the issue, they would just happily just give up the Drake. That's something we see very little happening. A lot of teams want to try to fist fight for essentially a meaningless Drake. Obviously, you'd like to pick up
Yeah.
this Drake to keep fast stacking your soul, but it's better than completely coin flipping it, but hold that thought. Cat Evolve getting a lot of
No
damage done,
flash.
but no flash still available. Is going to get, oh, really nice cancel actually onto the crash down. Buys himself a lot of time, but it doesn't matter. And that will be Cat Evolve going down, despite how well Cat Evolve played. Just over extended there in the mid lane, but actually Dragoon going in onto Hums in the bottom screen there. And yeah, they're still going. Still going as Nami getting low as well. Dragoon just does not care. Mundo is going where he pleases, but
Ooh.
is falling low, doesn't have the ultimate. Stunt still kind of in trouble here, but finally they are going to pick this one up. Hum's going to find the kill. Dragoon overstays, and Mundo is going to go back to base rather than running down Stunt. Looking a little scary there for D, but they hang on. Dragoon's Mundo not going to be that scary just yet. So they will find themselves a Herald. Really, really, really poorly timed death here from Dragoon.
It was
Means
a
there's
hard
no play,
dive.
but Sanchovi's gonna get looked at here potentially on this dive as an answer. Doesn't even look like they're diving. They're just, oh, they are now gonna dive. Call of the Forge God gonna be used. Crash down. It's not gonna cancel. Really nice double. Call of the Forge God. He's gonna live on for this wave. But looks like they're gonna try to redive. Lamb's Respite still available. He is going to find himself alive. Walk this one back as a top T1 has been taken now. Perry just gonna get hit by the True Shot Barrage for a little bit of damage, but finds a little top Krugs invade off of the top play there. Utilized the Herald, excuse me, has not utilized the Herald just yet. So curious to see how they're going to use the Herald in the future. Obviously, I think a lot of teams have been prioritizing using specifically this Herald around the third Drake spawn.
Yeah.
Third or second, depending on how the game's going. So we'll have to see if Perry is going to opt to use the Herald there around that third Drake spawn. Obviously, not going to be soul point for them, but still, you'd like to pick it up for yourself, as it does get you closer to the soul. Dragoon it's still Mundo, right? Like he's kind of just chilling here. What do you think though? Like, how can JR find an answer back, like a clean answer? Because it seems right now they're struggling to find really solid like map state answers.
I feel like playing for this top tower might be an option here. You can still give up this next Drake here. Kind of meaningless in all intents and purposes unless you're really playing for soul here. If you do give up that outside of the game going like 50 minutes long, you're probably giving up chance at you getting soul. Unless, I don't know, maybe the game, like I said, goes really long, but playing for the top tower might be something to do. Playing for the mid tower, Dragoon, playing for the kill actually.
Getting very low, but it actually doesn't matter because Mundo is healing up here. Cat Evolved already forced a flash. Mundo with the extra move speed needs to hit the briefcase. Nice sidestep from Cat Evolved, and the E damage is just not enough, and Cat Evolved just barely scrapes by thanks to a very fantastic sidestep from the briefcase. As still looks like there's another engage happening in the bottom side. It's on Sanchovi's though, so nothing. Really nice crash down though, and Magnet Storm combo. Great True Shot Barrage as well. Will with the Lamb's Respite, forced to use it now. Perry and Will both at 1 HP. Nice taunt away. Will falling very low. Finally picks up the parry kill. Hum's gonna fall down to the Dragoon. Stunt gonna flash away from the briefcase. And JR find a very, very nice win. Should be able to pick up this Drake as well, and potentially even this mid tower. Cat Evolve gonna be here to defend it. Well played by Jolly Rogers there. And just a perfectly timed Lamb's Respite to just barely get Will by.
That was a beautiful fight from JR. Really difficult fight to execute that well. They take the engage onto Ornn, force him to dash out, then a snap immediately up to the Raptors pit with the Galio taunt and the Rel engage there. The rel engages, Galio ults, then finds the taunt. But at the same time, right, then on the back line finds the ult. But then the Kindred ult, the Lamb's Respite, buys just enough time. We'll take another look here again. So have a look. Engaging onto Ornn here, finds a bit of damage here, and instantly nuke. Flash ult up as the call the Forge Guard goes on. Galio ult on top to knock up both the support right there and the AD carry. Walk forward. Now they realize they've gone too far as Vi's engaging onto Will here. Lamb's Respite buys enough time. That knockup was huge, but look at how much health both Hums and Stunt are. Absolutely zero from that engage before. So even though the Ornn knockup is great, and the Lamb's Respite, I mean, it does buy enough time, but it wears off in the knockup, right? Hums can't walk forward at all because any amount of damage, he's dead. And he's still dead anyway from the Mundo TP there. So a great team fight from JR, and honestly, a difficult team fight too to execute that many split-second decisions. We go here, we go there, commit here. But overall, a big win. Second Dragon, now a solid gold lead as well, Oz.
Yeah, they finally, as we were talking about it, right? They've been struggling to have really, really big plays around getting themselves solid map control. But that one is going to give them more than enough. As, yeah, you kind of just tied that one up in a nice little pretty bow gift wrapped for us. As the biggest thing, right, is Hums and Stunt completely unable to play that entire fight. And then that's also emboldened by the fact Dragoon TP's in as well, right? He's also buying time as they are poking Stunt, Crashdown, and Magnet Storm going in. They're still looking for parry, kind of a bit split decision. Hums with a lot of damage, but it's not going to matter. Ezreal living on 1 HP. Will finds the Corki of Hums and is now on a rampage on the Rift. As honestly, JR starting to snowball a little bit here. I think D needs to take a breather, to be honest, Gebetto. I think they're kind of letting this one get away from them.
And Hums tries for a nice hero play there, but is that a position where you want to one-for-one yourself, even if you do get the Ezreal? I mean, Ezreal 200 bounty, maybe it's worth it to get yourself, in your mind back in the game, but I don't know if that's worth it for Hums to go for that play right there. And you can really see the value of the Rel over this Nami. I do like the Nami. I like the wave into something like the Galio, like the Rel. But you're in a position where, yeah, you can buff your AD carry, but it's basically just Vi looking for these engages all the time. Has to flash there, doesn't even get the ult off. You're in a very difficult position. Kindred, Will on this Kindred, had a rough start. I was talking about, no stacks, very low stacks, at least in general. Now 4-0 on this Kindred. Very strong. Got a lot of these kills. And is really making a difference in these fights, right? The Triforce, huge benefactor here. Dragoon, I mean, he goes where he wants. I like I don't know if you meant it, but the nice Elden Ring call there. If that was on purpose, that was nice. I've been playing Night Raid with some friends, having some fun.
It was on purpose, but yeah, to talk more a little bit about this game is Dragoon just gonna stack up his Heartsteel here and annoy Sanchovies a little bit here on this horn. Again, so far, right? I think JR got off to a little of a slow start, but they've been very refined, and D kind of looking like they're just over aggressing, right? Like they need to kind of chill out. And one thing we talked about with their draft is their comp is good at poking, and they've yet to do any of that so far. They're trying to just play on these like random snap engages when you can just poke, right? Let Cat Evolve get the poke in on the way. As you are on a ward here, Sudsy, in a 1v3, but it's so tanky. Flash away, Tidal Wave, nice Crashdown hits too, and they're going to find Hamza at the very least. Actually, hold that thought. Hamza will fall down now, but now Sudsy getting very low is going to just tick away, as now it's looking like they're going to find a double kill here onto Cat Evolved, but I think Zev should be able to clean this one up. Cat Evolved, though, still finding 2 kills for himself. And honestly, right, it's a 2 for 3 for JR, so still a favorable play, but I think as D, you're going to be more than happy with how that played out. I think Cat Evolved played that basically as perfectly as he could.
Yeah, it's a messy fight. for our JR there. I love the idea. Kratos looks for a roam from the top lane, tries to find a sandwich pinch play there, but he's on a ward, right? Has the sweeper. Could have swept that bush, tried to play there, and instead allows Nukes to get a great ult on, but just not enough. Just not enough. So you see here as get back into this replay, finds a huge 3-man taunt, but there's no follow-up just yet. Right, has to flash away. Rel ult, really big, finds a stun on Hums. He takes quite a lot of time before he falls, right? Galio falls super low, basically out of
there's actually a fight here. Dragoon gonna fall low. Call of the Forge God gonna hit 4. Tidal Wave as well on the back of that, but they just don't have the damage at the moment. Zev very low now, but Nuke's gonna fall anchovies, and nice QW, and they're going to find a team fight win in the middle of that replay. It is a 1-for-4 for D, and they'll find themselves the Drake. They're not done yet.
Baron spawns in 15 seconds too. I mean, I don't know if we're going to be able to get a replay of that one, but Atacon up as well. Baron on the table. Anything you want, take your pick. A huge knock up at the air from Sanchovies onto the entire backline. We are going to get a quick look here. This is great. How did this happen? Walk forward here. They're all in a choke forwards. Vi finds the engage onto Ezreal perfectly. Surrounded with the Call of the Forge God to really shut down all the damage from JR in the front line. Dragoon tries to walk forward, but he's facing 4 members at once. Can't tank through that at all, falls down. That was a really great 1-2 punch that is it's kind of weird because it doesn't feel like that's going to hit as often as you want. I mean, Vi into the backline onto the Ezreal, Call the Forge Guard over the back while you take down Dragoon in the front line is pretty hard to execute on, but the Esports, they make it work in a great position. They don't lose Baron, they don't lose Atacon, JR. But I mean, D, back in this game, 100%.
And also something to mention is Stunt should be okay. Gonna heal himself up there. But something to mention is Perry being able to find a flank angle. Like, they had no idea Perry was there.
Yeah.
Finds the engage on the Ezreal. So kind of showcasing here just how important vision can be. Zev playing very aggressively here. Forced the Arcane Shift away from the Vault Breaker of Perry, but overall going to be just fine. As a Dragoon kind of just harassing Sanchovies in this bot lane still. Threatening this tier 2 potentially in the bot side. As I think, honestly, JR's macro has been pretty solid this game, but Perry potentially getting caught out, taunt away. But the dash away from Galio is going to be stopped. Tidal Wave going to be used. Nice buffer, but still forced to run away is Sudsy. As Sudsy going to use the ultimate to get out to his team. And should be nothing, but quite a bit needing to be used here from the Galio to get himself out. But came at the cost of Perry's flash as well, so you do have that benefit, but fight starting up. Call of the Fortune going to be used. Dragoon, you might have enough health, but Lamb's Respite is so massive, keeps 2 alive, as Will picks up the kill on Perry. Sanchovy falling low now. Zev finishes it off, that's going to be Will, and still Catapult pumping out so much damage. Flash forward from Hums, doesn't find Will just yet. Sudsy, nice buffer of the bubble. Hums still going under the tower here. Nice stopwatch potentially from Sudsy, but it doesn't matter. Catapult with a QW going to find the kill on Sudsy. And Dragoon finds Stunt, but Hamza barely lives. And again, these fights are so back and forth, and it almost slipped away from JR, but thanks to Will's Lamb Respite, buys just barely enough time for that to be just barely a positive play.
And he's full health again, Warmogs. Thank God we're not in that jungle meta anymore. That damage from Cat Evolved was so good. The AoE damage from this Corki plus this Hui is showing to be really a big issue. But yeah, have a look right here as you see Hui ult hits everybody, the Corki poke, but you're right. The Lamb's Respite keeping everyone alive in that engage, and it's kind of a bit of a shotgun comp here, right? From the Esports here in that engage. It commits so much onto that play. Lamb's Respite buys enough time that the damage is no longer there. But I mean, the hero of this play is really Dragoon, because this play right now is so winning for D. Cat Evolve dies a tower, actually, as he gets executed. Dragoon walks forward, finds stuns. But around this
Atacon
Baron pit,
being started here potentially. Vault Breaker being channeled. Dragoon used a ghost, but they're going to go in here. Atacon going to be secured, and honestly, there just goes Nukes. Gets nuked down. Dragoon also going to fall as well, as Baron now on the cards will force to lick his own wounds, as they're going to have to give this Baron.
wow.
I would imagine. Like, there's just no play whatsoever. And this is the danger of starting Atacon, Gebetto. You start Atacon, you have your, like, resistances shredded. You fall low, just doing the objective naturally. And with the poke from D, it's just so formidable. And then when they go, you try to, like, run away, D just won't let you.
Yeah, it feels like an objective that oftentimes ends up being a bait for your team. It feels really good, guys. Like, we smarted an objective, we got the last hit, let's take the fight. No. Ornn ult on top of everybody. Mundo's like paper now. It's one of those things, I mean, when you're not in a position where you're incredibly ahead as Mundo, you don't have that many protections. You got a bunch of health. I mean, if you're able to run down in a 1v1, sure, Mundo will absolutely win that. I mean, ping's coming out from JR onto the dragon there a little bit earlier, but you're in no position to force that at all unless you want to fight against 5 members of Baron, and it seems like, no, that won't be the decision. So Soul point over for D Esports right now. JR 1 dragon away from Soul point themselves. So still, knife's edge position for both teams here. Mid tower. About to fall down. Still remaining 30 minutes in is quite insane. Finally getting taken down. And then look at some tier 2s here. As Mundo in the top lane still pushing. This tier 2 will fall. Pings down the bot lane to get a lot of these towers that probably should have been taken quite a while ago. But they're here. I guess it's a good buffer for JR, right? They lose some towers, but they didn't lose too much.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, this is kind of like the largest gold lead there's been in the game, I think. So, still, D gonna find themselves a very, very, very nice win there, as top T2 gonna fall down to Dragoon, as they are gonna go cover him as he's just messing around with Sanchovies and the top side still. Honestly, again, Jolly Rogers, right? A little bit of an overforce on the Atacon is just really what sets it up, and you mentioned it, right? Atacon has been such a massive bait for teams, not necessarily because the objective's bad. It's just because of how much doing the Atacon disadvantages your team multiple times across multiple regions now, multiple leagues. Teams that start Atacon almost always, at least from my viewer's perspective, lose the ensuing fight. So I think, with people trying to learn how to play around this Atacon and stuff, they need to find ways to just get it uncontested or take a fight beforehand rather than after the fact. Because obviously a team is going to contest you on it, and if you're the one who's pulling it, you're shredding your own resistances. You're going to be in danger there of losing that team fight quite hard, and that's exactly what happened for Jolly Rogers, as frontline is tanky, but not tanky enough, unfortunately, for them. But still, D taking control of this map, especially this topside jungle now. The biggest highlight for me has been Cat Evolved on this way, really saving his team quite a bit here with just how much damage he's able to put out on the way. As top T2 gonna fall now, Bubble gonna land on Dragoon. Call of the Forge God gonna be used as well. Dragoon just getting knocked up, can't even play the game, falls down instantly. And 1-2 punch, as you mentioned, Tidal Wave and Call of the Forge God. And he just can't move. That's a Mundo. That is a Mundo, and he just couldn't play the game at all. As Cat Evolve walking a little aggressively here. They are still threatening this top T3. And this Mundo now looking like a bit of a liability here for JR.
Yeah, it's one of those picks where, like I said before, right, if you're in a 1v1, especially against something like this Hui, even with Flash, press Ghost, he's probably gone. I mean, you immune the fear with the spell shield. The same with the Corki. I mean, he can dash and flash, but you can chase him pretty easily. You do so much damage in the 1v1. But in a team fight, when you're caught like that, you do just kind of fall over. Like, it's nothing like an Ornn. This Mundo has mostly HP, a bit of protections here and there, but the Ornn is becoming so tanky now. Has the Jack shows, upgraded boots, Fimbulwinter, etc. Still buying items and upgrading items for his team now. Has finished that level 18 on this Ornn. Baron just fell off as that play was gone for, so careful of the overstay. They find the top tier 2, but nothing more. Dragon 1 minute 20 away, and Baron about 5 seconds after that. Imagine neither team will want to coin flip the game here, as it would mean the end of the game if either team fell down with a numbers disadvantage. But fighting for vision over in this river right now. 5-man strong. Remember, Kratos on this Galio wasn't there for that fight either. He was split pushing down bot, so some synergy from JR, miscommunication perchance. Maybe Dragoon was walking up for a wave, got a bit caught by the bubble. It happens. It's unlucky. You need to stay together from this point onwards. If you fall again, you're liable to lose the next meaningful objective. It's Soul for D if they get it. And Baron, 50 seconds from now as they look to this bottom tier 2.
Yeah, they really need to find a big win here for JR because, yeah, they need something. They need to bounce back. And this Drake might be a way in if they can find it for themselves. You mentioned it, right? This Galio kind of not being present around fights or not being able to have, like, really good ults or anything. Like, that's kind of been a big point for JR. Is like, when Galio is there, 9 times out of 10, they've been winning the fights. But when Galio's not there or doesn't have the ult, it's actually, hold that thought, fight is going in. Nice 3-man engage here from Nukes, excuse me, but he's going to fall down instantly. Cat Evolve doing so much damage. Dragoon on top of him now. Lamb's Respite going to keep Will alive for a little bit longer here as he's going to be taken down potentially by Sanchovi's. Q flash away is still nice. As on the backside of the fight, they're still threatening this off as Dragoon now going to be running down Sanchovi. Sanchovi's going to be the last one left standing. Still looks to go for Will. Really nice spacing from Will to not get caught out there. And they're still looking on Cat Evolved and Stunt in the bot side of the play as well. They are not going to find it. But JR, in the most pivotal time of this match, find what they need and happily walk themselves towards the Baron.
We were just talking about Kratos on this Galio not being around for the fights. Nukes finds a beautiful engage, followed up by the Galio ult. The Rel, at this point in the game, I mean, it's average league support gameplay in higher tier play. Buy one item, don't finish anymore. You turn into paper. You're an engaged bot basically, but finds a beautiful engage, falls down, but then the amount of time that himself plus Kratos on this Galio buy. It's another split fight. Again, Call of Forge Guard doesn't hit the targets necessary. Only Will on this Kindred. Beautiful Galio ult. Taunt here after this beautiful Zhonya's Lamb's Wrist by once again. Just in the nick of time. And only himself and the Ornn in it. It's not just that the timing of these Lamb's Wrist bites have been good, but it's the position of them, right? He's always in a great spot where it's only his team that are surviving, not the enemy team. As hopefully we'll get back to live in a second. Looks like this Dragon is being fought around. His position's being won by JR mid-push. Right now for the Esports, Dragon being pulled.
A lot of posturing right now happening. Dragoon not here, so they are in a 4v5 right now. Nice taunt away, but Will finds the smite at a desperate point. Perry falling very low. Sanchovi in the backline, but it doesn't matter. Their damage dealers are not with them. As still, Dragoon taking up so much damage here. Lamb's Respite not even needing to be used. And there it is, JR once again find a back-to-back win. They find the smite fight against Perry. Will on this Kindred, I have to say, it's just been playing so well on it as they're actually now behind them. Needs to be a little bit careful. Nice sidestep away from any poke. They are going to find this mid tower at the very least. Cat Evolve still, though, doing quite a lot of damage. 7-2 and 7 on the way. Still a formidable threat that they need to keep in mind, and their comp kind of struggles at dealing with him unless like Mundo's running him down. So still need to respect Cat Evolved a little bit here, but no standing gold really left for JR to pick up here. All tier 2s taken. So they are going to have to try and force the issue themselves onto a play on one of these towers if they so choose. I don't think the door is going to be open for them. I think the wave clear is going to be a little bit too strong from D, but still JR fighting back once again in very pivotal moments, back to back, right? They needed to win both fights, and they find exactly what they needed to put themselves in a nice little comfortable 1K gold lead at 38 minutes.
Yeah, it's huge. 1K gold lead, super impactful. I mean, yeah, no, you're right. Beautiful fights back to back from JR. I mean, there's only 30 seconds left of Baron, so I would be very surprised if JR do break an inhib here. The turret doesn't really do anything, right? Like at all. It's barely any gold, and even then, the gold doesn't really matter that much. It's pretty hard to just break the just the tower on its own. But what they're doing here, right, is you're keeping D jailed in their base, where you're not allowed to leave. You have to defend the Baron waves that are here for another 10 seconds, and then you can walk backwards and ward the entire jungle, take everything, and base on a timer that still allows you to come out and set up more vision or get back map control for Baron in 3 minutes. So now Baron is off. You can see that JR, I hope, won't lose the game by going for a an inhib here. But
Needs to be careful. Call of the Force God going to be used, going to land as well. Cease and desist also used as well. Hwei ultimate's going to land as well. They're using so much, but Dragoon doesn't fall. And look at their base. Their entire team is here. They're forcing the issue. They're trying to find an end. And this could just be the end for D Esports on a completely awful play, as how I can describe it, as JR will just essentially 4-man backdoor onto a play of a Mundo. Mundo goes where he pleases, and he's going to the victory screen after this one, after a phenomenal bait, I suppose. What was that? How did the game end like that? How?
It's a risky look, a questionable look, I will say, for the Esports there to look for the Mundo with everybody and just lose the base there. I mean, even if you do kill the Mundo, like, instantly, you're still losing an inhibitor when you didn't need to, right? If you just took the split, yeah, you lose map pressure, sure, like I was talking about, but you don't lose the game on the spot. Everybody on the entire team commits for the Mundo play. And yeah, take the classic don't kill Mundo for Nexus trade. But Catavolve's damage, I mean, the graph looks a bit funky because, I mean, it's like the same as Hums on this Corki, but 75k, if that's real, that is ridiculous amount of damage. That feels bad. I do genuinely think, I mean, maybe the Nami contributed to a lot of that damage, but I really do think that the Esports here needed either more engage or more peel, like more time buy. And I think that the Alistair ban was great, but maybe even something like a Renata would have been really nice there to just buy tons of time. I don't know how Corky Renata goes in lane, but I don't know. I feel like either peel / time waste or some form of engage to try to land onto the Kindred and one-shot Kindred before Lamb's Respite is able to go off. I feel like you've got enough of that time. I mean, I love the Vi, but is Hwei really the answer to go with the Vi? Obviously, Catavolve's had an amazing game, but I feel like you're losing Vi now in a Fearless where maybe you could have gotten a better pairing. Like, we could have gone Rumble with Ari or, Rumble Vi Jin, something like that, to try to find this lockdown. It felt like the Esports' comp had some here and there's on what was their target, what was their game plan in their fight, whereas Jolly Rogers, in their team fight, was great. It was difficult. It's like a hard comp to execute on, very split, but they executed it really well. Every Lamb's Respite was so good. Will, 100% MVP for that game. That was crazy Kindred performance.
Yeah, for me, right? Like if Catapult just played Azir here, right? Azir very popular right now. This game potentially looks a lot different. Kind of solves their DPS issue a little bit as well, right? Because Azir, very fantastic DPS champion. That being said, did a lot of damage on the way, so I can't knock him too much. Like he's pumping damage. But I think the problem for D is they drafted themselves a little bit into like a weird position here where your carries realistically just want to poke, but the rest of your team besides Nami really want you to go in, or like Orin Wright, good board like Peel. But still, I felt like they didn't really utilize any of their like poke ability, right? Like they kind of just tried to snap engage permanently. They like, even when they had positioning, right? They just wouldn't take the positioning at all. Like they would just, we're gonna force this fight. whether we win it or not, it's kind of ups the hands diff at that point.
Mm.
Is kind of where they're putting it, right? Like they're trying to
Where's it
hand
always
stiff
go?
when they don't need to, right? Like they don't need to. Like they could just use what's good in your comp, right? Cat Evolve doing so much damage on this way. Let him give him time to do that damage, right? Don't force him into these like really awkward fights where he has to play so perfectly
Yeah.
for you guys to find any kills whatsoever. Hums also had quite a lot of damage on Corki, but I'll be honest, realistically, I don't think any of that damage was meaningful in
Yeah.
majority of the game. Just been beating up on the Mundo, keep picking him
Yeah,
out
most of it was the
constantly.
Mundo just
Yeah.
chewing through that health bar.
Yeah. So, I think for them, they just need to take a deep breath, right? Even in their early game, right? Perry kind of overplaying a little bit. Patience, patience, patience. Kadra was talking about this a lot this morning with LR. If you guys caught that game, not going to spoil the results, but
I
still,
did catch it.
not going to spoil the results for you. So, but still, patience pays off. Sometimes you just need to let your the opposite team make mistakes. You don't need to do anything.
Yeah.
Let them make mistakes, right? People have nerves, right? You start like forcing them into like weird macro stuff. Their brain's gonna start signaling to them, "Hey, I need to be doing something right now," and then they're gonna overplay. They're gonna make a mistake, and that's how you find ends to the game. Especially with like something like this, like decomp. That's something they could have very much utilized, right? Force JR's hand to like overplay here, but instead they overforce their hand and lose this game one.
I mean, it was kind of the story for the entire game, right? I mean, Sanjeevi's finds a really nice solo kill early on in the game, and Perry roams up to the top lane to try to capitalize on the fact that there's no ghost. Sanjeevi's has basically like a freeze building up. It was a good gank, right? Great positioning from Perry too, but Mundo hits 6 on the wave. I feel like the play's dead there. Instead, massive overchase on the tower. I mean, yeah, even still, miss Vault Breaker as well. Like, could have kept playing until then. But you're in a position now where you have to dive tower to get the kill. You can just drop there, right? You don't have to continue on that play. You can call the play off there. The same thing happens around the grubs, right? Where you overforce to find the kill on Mundo earlier. You've done everything you can. Your flashes are down. You use Call the Forge God. And then you still want to look for the fight when, yeah, the overforce in top might be a good idea to find the kill on Mundo, but there's a Kindred right behind you and a Galio ult waiting in the wings. I feel like that kept happening for the Esports. I had some really great fights to pull them back into the game, but JR remained in control the whole time.
Yeah, well, with that one, JR going to take game one. But for us, we're going to take ourselves a nice little quick break. Be sure to stay tuned because if that game is telling us anything, this series is going to be a banger. We'll catch you in just a minute.
do 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 like do 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 crazy oh 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 crazy oh 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 crazy crazy oh oh crazy oh 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 crazy do 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 crazy do 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 crazy do 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 crazy do 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 crazy crazy do do like do 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 like do 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 crazy oh do do like do 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 like do 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 crazy oh do Like, ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? Ayy, coming down like precipitation. I ain't never met a limitation. Hater plotting my elimination. Gotta go to Google for the information. I'm a superstar, so I gotta shine. Top dollar be the bottom line. Bottom feeding niggas out of line. Turn your heart rate to a dotted line. Yeah, my zodiac probably dollar sign. Got the energy to win it, my nigga, I'm feeling great. Got a date with destiny, focusing on my fate. I don't give a fuck what you rapping, you been a fake. I'm everything that they ain't, it can't be, it won't be. Wanna see me fall, I can't go, I won't leave. Coming from the block with plain clothes and police. Straight up to the top with bankrolls and rollies. Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? Ayy, 12 can't really stop shit, so I'm still pushing like a mosh pit. Ice dripping, think I'm hot shit. In a yellow bucket with the mop stick. I've been jugging jams like wholesale. Everything must go sell. Hitting bitches with the oh well. Need 100 million on the low scale. On my worst night, I'm the best nigga. Wouldn't mess with you, couldn't cap to him. Homie spotted me like 700, brought 1100 right back to him. If I can't do it, then it ain't real. I just make dollars, I don't make deals. I've been going hard in the paint, still blowing cush clouds till I can't feel like. Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right?
Hello and welcome everybody after a very, very, very short break. I'm just kidding. Very long break for us here. To fill you guys in as to what was happening, Sanchovies for D Esports was having a bit of some lag problems, and then a lot of chaos ensued about potential subs for the top lane. But we're back. Let's kind of give everybody a gist of what happened in the first game, because it's been so long. I don't, maybe some people are having trouble
I
remembering.
remember.
Yeah, back and forth game, Javetto, back and forth game between the two
Yeah.
teams. And then off of just one very, very, very big misplay from D Esports completely, they just get backdoored essentially by JR.
Yeah, I mean, JR in control of the game at that point at least, but yeah, in a position where I think it's basically impossible to end the game from there, like without, like, I don't know, checkmating yourself. Moves over, gives over every piece on the board. And yeah, Nexus for not even the Mundo trade. We will see Vakin in the top lane, I believe, for D Sports. We'll have to, confirm that once it's in because, like you said, there has been some drama involving who is going to be the top lane selection for our D Sports and who is allowed to, who isn't allowed to be in. But Catavolve played amazing in the last game. We were talking about that off stream. Obviously, the Kindred performance from Will that we talked about on stream was really great as well. The draft had some, here and there's for DE Sports, whether it was the Corky for Hums or, the Vi with the Hui pairing. Obviously, we can't say what fights the Sanchovies was lagging in, what ones he was lagging in. Obviously, we saw the lag off stream. It was pretty bad, but can't say did impact it enough, didn't impact it enough. I think that you just got to go into this next game a clean slate. Hopefully for the players as well, can lock in mentally. It's pretty hard after getting ripped out for an hour, But we're getting into draft, so hopefully they're locked in.
Yeah, both teams as well, right? Like, both teams need to maintain their composure, but things like this happen. Cinnabon gonna stay the same. Also, seems like side select is also staying the same. So, actually, excuse me, wrong thing. They are different. They are different. They are different. As Drafen gonna be banned away potentially. Are we sure? Are we sure? This looks like.
Oh, he's on the same band as game one.
Yeah.
So maybe, but I would be surprised to see Hums banning away his own Draven.
Might have some problems in our draft as yeah, very, very interesting. But again, so far, right, both teams kind of back and forth in that first game. Cat Evolved, the course played so well on the way, and it just ultimately just didn't matter. Something I'd really want to see, especially more so out of Hums, is patience and not trying to make those hero plays at like really weird like spots in the moment, like bro just Valk's in, tries to trade 1-for-1 and it doesn't go well, as we are getting back into the draft once again, as JR going to be on blue side this game.
I think the center first still makes sense.
Yeah,
but
actually going to be
Draven. Yeah, so could be a center follow-up here for the Esports. That's what they banned last game. I could see a center ban from JR as well if they want to ban that away here. I mean, it's also something that you can go towards in the first pick slot if you're really convinced that it is really strong. Varus being banned away, one of the strongest, like, blind pickable 80 carries. Ezreal's out of the pool now, so, probably the best blind pick 80 carry. Volibear still being banned. Senna follow up as well. In Pantheon was banned away before as well. It's still really strong. Fills a very similar role to Vi. Gragas ban as well here. So, I mean, maybe a Jax early as Baus on the other team?
I mean, maybe. It could be Jax early. Also, Pantheon gonna be banned away there, but still, a lot of good pickups here you could pick up, right? Zenzao's still on the table, Talia's still on the table, Azir still on the table. A lot of potential first picks here still left available for JR if they want to choose here, as it is going to be the Lucian. Lucian kind of getting a bit more priority in the draft as of recent, even though he got nerfed on this patch, so
Mm.
is in a weaker state. They just reverted his E buff. As Tristana going to be the answer for D Esports.
Well, we were talking about, I think you were telling me about Hum's performance on Tristana yesterday.
Yep.
Performed very well. So hopefully this is a good look for Hums. I imagine it's going to be the Braum pairing with the Lucian as Nami's out. Could be Emilio, but other than that, if you're going anything else, I think that you just shouldn't be first picking the Lucian. Jin Zhao, great pickup into the Lucian. Immunes most of, if not all of the damage, including all of the culling. Obviously, can cancel it as well with the knockup. Finds a good, has an easy time getting on top of the Lucian. When we're going into this Tristana, I mean, is that really what you want to go towards? Is it the best jungle? I do really love the Wukong, and I think Ahri is great too. Wukong Ahri, good combo here in the mid jungle. But dropping your support here, I guess they're convinced. You know, JR convinced they have more support to pair with this Lucian besides Milio here. Talia's going to be the third pick slot here for D Sports into the Ahri, which is a good matchup into the 3 that JR have right now.
Funnily enough, so you were mentioning it. Taric is actually one of the older combos after Taric got reworked with Lucian. So, because you just use the stun and Lucian just dashes on top of them and it guarantees the stun. So there is that.
There's the 2 band.
Well, there are the Braum Milio band away here. So Tark still in the cards here for JR, assuming D does not lock that one in for themselves. Otherwise, if it's not Taric, I don't know what they're gonna choose to go here. But I do think if JR can get Taric here, it's actually very good for their comp, as it is going to be the Alistar.
Poppy?
I mean, Poppy is okay in a Zen Alistar, but I personally, like, I think Taric here is really, really, really good. But it is going to be Sona, so going to be locked in here for nukes. So we have a bit of a scaling support here, but that's okay.
Every time I see Sona, I feel like I'm getting smacked in the face.
As it is going to be the Cassante blind lock in here for JR. I mean, it's Cassante. Like, what do we got to say about this? It's Cassante, you know? Like, it's consistent. Both top laners, I think, so far pretty... well, I mean, Sanchovi's last game picked Orange, so different mid laner is going to be Gwen locked in here. Gwen still very good. Kind of a pain point for a lot of teams to get through right now. Gwen is immune has been such a problem for teams that I really like this Gwen pickup here for D.
I mean, it's great into the Cassante. Does work if it's able to land onto any of the targets of JR. And I'm just a Stoner hater. I mean, I've seen enough propaganda, anti-Stoner propaganda on my TL. But I've been watching some really, really old, like 2013, 2014 Worlds VODs. And Stoner's picked a ton there because, I mean, it's just like one of the best supports at the time. Maybe it's got some, like, great team fight start. But again, I feel like JR, they've got enough engaged this game with the Ahri, the Wukong. But I don't know. Is it really? Are you in a position where you would rather pick up the Wukong and the Ahri over the Braum? I guess I'll have to find out.
Yeah, we are loading up onto the Rift here for game number 2 as we are met with an immediate pause. You know, that's, I guess, to be expected for what's been going on. But yeah, game number 2 between DE Sports and Jolly Rogers. Jolly Rogers winning the first game in a back and forth. We are getting out of the pause now. But to mention here, right? Something to talk about. Cat Evolve played the first game so well, and he's given, like, Talia, and this is a fantastic Talia game so far, right? Like, it's going to deny the Wukong a lot. It'll help deny, like, the Ahri, also the Cassante. So I really, like, this, like, they have quite a bit of disengage from, like, DE Sports here. Like, you have Alistar. He doesn't necessarily need to just use Headbutt to combo. He can Headbutt for peel as well. And you have Tristana who can help you finish off kills, right? You just jump in, finish somebody off quickly, and jump back out. So I like the esports comp a little bit better here, I would imagine. But if the Sona can scale up, as a lot of early game aggression coming in from the top side here from the esports, they will find themselves a ward in this top side. So we'll know where Wukong is or isn't, both of which are good information. But so far, Besides this little invade, nothing going on. Looks like, I mean, potentially here, Perry is looking for maybe an invade, still sitting in this banana brush. As, looks like both junglers essentially looking at one another right now.
Having a bit of a staring
As,
contest.
Sudsy in the spin lane on this Ahri. I mean, it kind of comes down to whether or not, like, the Ahri is bad into the Talia, right? Like, if
Mm.
you misplay, as both junglers are going to be, starting Wolves and Raptors respectively, going towards potentially maybe even a level 3 gank attempt for the Zinzao on the top side. Get the Gwen ahead. That's a really strong thing to do.
My question for JR here is, what's the prioritization towards this Lucian? I mean, I understand that Lucian, has been performing quite well, but you're not picking anything that's going specifically well with Lucian. Not that that's necessarily an issue, but is it really what you needed to go first pick here? Is it going to cost you in the draft to have a bot lane like Lucian Sona, where a few levels in, the esports are going to be winning these trades? It's not going to be Lucian paired up with something like a Nami or a Braum, which a Braum this game would have been so crazy up against the Tristana Alistar. Is it going to be what you need? Like later on, this Lucian, it's going to get outscaled by the Tristana enough. It's going to have a hard time into the Talia dashing. It's going to get ult blocked by the Jinjiao ult, and I believe the Gwen as well. Forced out the flash already from Dragoon. Vakin making his impact known after getting subbed in.
Yeah, really solid trade from Vakin. And again, snip, snip, snip. As Dragoon takes a nice little short trade here. Mana situation is a little dire for Crisante, but should still be okay. Nice flash away, keeps himself alive. As look at this invade from Perry. Will falling low now. Needs to be careful. And the nice blast cone hit from Perry. Will gonna need to flash late. And the W flash secures it. Wind becomes lightning. Wind becomes death for Will. As a big engage in the bot side here, they need to be careful because Perry's still in the area. But they're still dash forward from this 80 carry of Zeb. Zeb gets some nice trades back and forth. Basically all combat sums used in the spot lane. Exhaust, heal, barrier, and ignite all used up here.
Yeah.
All flashes though, still there, but really nice find from Perry. Had some decent looks in the early game last game as well, just a little bit overforced in some of them. But starting it off strong, Gebetto.
Jinja such a stronger early game jungler than Wukong is. Just didn't get the flash for far enough of Will there. Really good follow from Perry. Unfortunately, did get invaded off that kill as well, which feels pretty bad after falling down. But I mean, it's not the end of the world. First blood onto Jinja. It does hurt, but it's not the end of the world. Bot lane fight, like you said, very scrappy, favoring neither team. Forcing out the exhaust and the heal, however, from the Lucian and the Sonar potentially opens up an angle for the Jinjiao to follow. But I mean, with the double flash, the dash from Lucian still being available, it's really hard to gap close enough.
Oh, seismic shove. Stunned. Headbutt's going to come in. Nice flash away, though, from Sudsy here to avoid the mid play. That's the danger, right? When you use your W on Ahri before you get boots, seismic shove is such a deadly threat against you. Especially, right, like if you have help in the earlier stages. But Vakin, a jungle main. So interesting to see how he's going to perform in the top side here. Obviously, Gwen, been a jungle champ for a little bit now, so has some comfortability on that champion, I would imagine. But Zev, farming up here in the bot lane. Not really anything to be happening here. Gonna get a nice, decent trade. Should be about even after the bomb explodes there. But so far, D finds a nice little early game win. This happened in game 1 as well, where they got things rolling as Vakin actually getting very low. Needs to be careful. Dragoon not gonna find anything. Gonna pop his refillable potion there. As still, Vakin does need to be mindful. WN, Vakin, auto attack's just gonna secure it. Nothing to do there. Just disrespects the Cassante a little bit. Should have maybe backed, but they are gonna find themselves. Yeah, they're gonna find themselves easy quick Drake here at the very least. Nothing to be done for this one for JR. So first Drake of this match gonna go towards D Esports.
A good trade back on the kills, at least, for for our JR there. Dragoon finding the solo kill. Had a pretty rough wave state there for Vakin. Like, it's basically just give up wave and get frozen or die there. I mean, you could obviously have your jungler roam up or support, get a push out, but, is Sona really going to help you there at all? Probably not. So you have to jungle rotate up, help you out with the push out. But the lane swap that I was talking about before comes out from JR after the solo kill. Look for these grubs in a few minutes here, which is really nice. It's a great timer here. You can push out this wave, fight around these grubs. You could even swap back if you wanted to early, if you want to mismatch the lanes as much as possible. But I imagine staying top lane, fighting for these grubs is going to be the play. Pings out onto the top camps and some vision. Could mean some brawling, but I like this play from JR. Looking for the lane swap. Like I said, grub spawning soon. These ults as well for both these junglers are going to be super impactful. Ults for basically everyone this game are going to be impactful. Like culling is big, Talia wall, Arya ult. But the junglers specifically, like Wukong being able to knock up the Talia plus the Tristana, and obviously the Jinjar, just the amount of time that he can buy by ulting is kind of ridiculous sometimes. That's just the kind of thing that pushes him above other junglers, in my opinion, in terms of how strong he is. And he's been like consistently at the top of the jungle pool for quite a while now, right? Like multiple teams in multiple regions first picking him, even in game one. It kind of slots in with a lot of different junglers. Like, mid laners works quite well with the Talia, works well with Ari if you want to go to that, works really well with the Zir. I think it had like a ridiculously high win rate. That was something that you were talking about, Cat Evolved, maybe going towards the Azir. It's still available this series when it continues. Obviously, no more Jinjar calling out.
Yeah,
Gonna get
but
cancelled.
Zev needs to be careful here. Flash away, but Hums is in. It gets exhausted, jumps away, but Cyclone is here from Will. Forces the flash from Hums. And Zev playing on a knife's edge, but Will is there to help him out. They are going to respect the fact that Zenzao's here. The problem, though, is for JR, is because that happened, they're going to lose grubs. But guess what? Dragoon finds another solo bolo in this bot lane, forced to flash away from the tower to not trade back, but really well played with the all out. And back in 0-2-0 now on the Gwyn, as not really where you want to be in this Gwyn matchup. But
No.
you are, at the very least, securing grubs on the top side.
That is a good win, forcing out the Cyclone from the Wukong to help out in that 2v2 that was going to be won by the Esports there. But Wukong rotates up, has to flash and ult to get the peel necessary to keep his team alive there. But because those, summoner spells, the flash from Lucian and Wukong, the ults from both of the same champions are down. Again, it's another situation where you lose grubs now. This time, at least, there's no fight around it, so you don't lose a significant amount that D Esports did before last game. But yeah, another solo kill from Dragoon is massive in this game. It's really hurting the game too, because it means that the Gwen can't be a side lane threat against the Cassante, right? He's going to have the protections on much earlier.
Oh, nice seismic shove. Gonna be some poke,
Good poke. It feels terrible, huh? Like you've just TP'd back. Like, damn, I have to pop a pot. I've taken too much damage already. 1 minute on this next dragon. It was 3 grubs to 0 for the Esports. So, I was just talking about the side lane threat from the Gwen, but Tristana Gwen, really great at pushing towers, right? So getting 3 grubs for them feels really good. It's a good win from the Esports. So despite the 0-2 start for Vakim, the grubs kind of even that out in my opinion. For the comp of the Esports. But, we'll have to see how the side laning goes, as we've gone back to pretty normal lanes for now.
Yeah, everything swapped back around, back to normal. Drake spawning up in 30 seconds here. Waiting to see how Cat Evolve's going to use the first Weaver's Wall of the match, as actually, is it even up? Like, Did he
Mm.
take Weaver's Wall? Like it's grayed out, right? I'm not like crazy. I'm pretty sure he doesn't have Weaver's
Oh
Wall.
yeah, he's not. He's doing that thing where he
Yeah.
like
Yeah,
goes
I mean no,
more
that's
clear.
fine. That's okay. More than okay. Just
Mm.
curious if I was reading that right, but still some precedents in the bot lane here from Will. They are definitely at least trying to force priority in the bot lane for potentially this Drake.
He's just
As
walking in on minions.
Perry gonna take a reset now. Not sure if JR is gonna feel comfortable taking this yet because they actually have no information on Perry at all. Cat Evolved though also was potentially looking at backing, gonna cancel that one up. And they're still just posturing around this Drake. Nothing to be done yet. W gonna miss from Dragoon there. Bacon though needs to be careful. Use the immunity as just gonna snip him away, but picks himself up a nice little tower here, tower plate for Dragoon. As still a lot of priority from Will. Like Will has just been hanging around here for so long now.
Mm.
As second Drake being started up here by D, and there's no response coming out of Jolly Rogers. I don't know if there can be a response, right? Like it's so hard to get in. Alistar
They're
and
gone.
Talia, this Drake is just gone before they even have a chance. And D pick themselves up the second Drake of the game.
Can confirm. I'm looking at the player POVs right now. Talia has still not leveled ult at all. So I imagine like level 11 double level. Perry looking to dive this, forces out, Ari ult there, but nice, good hex flash. That was an aura flash right there.
That was an aura hex blast, but Sudsy gonna be okay. Just forced to use Spirit Rush. But hey, honestly, Spirit Rush, you'll take that any day of the week. Means you
Yeah.
don't have to burn your flash, right? One of the benefits of Ari, you just use your Spirit Rush cooldown. It's not like it's that impactful, especially when there's nothing up for 4 minutes, right? Like you have nothing to
Yeah.
really fight over. I guess maybe the Herald as well, like potentially, but even then, you'll have it back before Herald spawns. So, not going to feel too bad there for Sudsy in the mid lane, but still a lot of pressure in this top lane. All out going to be used. Vakin in trouble. Uses the ultimate. W going to miss from Dragoon, and Vakin forced to ghost away to lick his wounds here, and maybe sew himself up in the fountain. As Dragoon showing why playing top lane at a high level is important, as Vakin kind of getting a little bullied in this matchup, Geppetto.
He is, yeah. It's a matchup that you'd hopefully be wanting the Gwen to be way more ahead in. You're picking it for the counter pick, obviously, and you're significantly behind, right? 2 kills. The CS is even, sure, but down plates, multiple, some in the top, some in the bot lane. It feels bad. It feels very bad because, like, where's the Gwen going to get in, right? It's a lot harder to play Gwen team fighting when you're out of lane.
Oh no.
Kratos.
Sudsy, nice flash forward though. Ultimate going to be used from stunned Unbreakable Will. Spirit Rush not going to be enough, but stunned.
Oh, no.
One more tower shot will not do it. He just barely lives. Unbreakable Will lasts 1 extra second long enough. And still, the Ahri gets punished. This first tower is gone as well. Wind becomes lightning. It's not going to hit anything, but they do find themselves the tower. They find themselves Sudsy. How unfortunate. They don't trade back 1 for 1 here, as D, once again, playing really well in this early game. I was talking about Patient, and Patient, they're being very calculated so far in this early stage of the game.
I mean, the one silver lining there for JR is that Alistar is the one who got that kill. If it was a situation where Ari gets killed there by Alistar, and Alistar also gets traded back by the Ari there, I feel like it's a great spot. Unfortunately, you lose the full tower. I mean, that's going to happen with Tristana and 6 Grubs, like I was mentioning before. Talia has finally put a point in ult, so it is the double level in ult at 11. Starting doesn't want a team fight, now has that ult available, plus TP, so a lot of roam potential for this Talia. Dragon is still 2 minutes away. It is 2 dragons to 0 in favor of the Esports, and it's going to be Ocean Soul this game, which, I mean, isn't the best soul, but for the brawling team comp that JR have, benefits them, the Cassandra, the Wukong very highly, does also benefit the Gwen, the Xin Zhao, the Tristana. Herald has now spawned, getting pulled out of the pit by JR. The Esports not really in a position to contest as of just now, but the Herald isn't being completed. Just leashed out a bit. gauging the interest of the esports in this play. It is on Vision. And Will is continuing to do it. He might be caught out of position here just a bit.
We'll be able to walk this one away. Harold's going to reset. We'll still be a little low here, but just fine. But we are going to get a breakout as they're actually in the play-by-play in the bottom. Dragoon versus Vakin, but watch this team fight. I don't think this is going to be enough. Xin Zhao's buying so much time, but the shutdown comes through. But look at Hums completely free-hitting. Catavolve now also free-hitting here. And it's just one after the other. 1 rock, 2 rock, 3 rocks. You're going to get rocked. Bye-bye, buddy. See you in the fountain. As, yeah, unfortunately, Sudsy just not able to do enough damage. Same with this Lucian. I don't think Exhaust was necessarily available, but fighting across the map, and Vakin actually finds the solo kill in the bot lane as well. So well played to Vakin there. And again, big team fight win for D here. Definitely showcasing that the break did not at all mess with them, and even also like how they lost last game also didn't affect their mental. So showing some tenacity here, pun intended. Showing some tenacity here for D Esports, as yeah, they're taking over the game now. And I mentioned in game 1, when they do get control like this, it's very hard for them to relinquish it.
Obviously, the solo killer from Vakin feels great, finally pulling one back. I mean, you already got 2 in favor of Dragoon. Getting solo killed then is very impactful. Can't TP over to assist your team that's losing the fight. Shout out to Hums in that fight. Had a quick look at the replay on his POV. The spacing from him in that team fight was so great, actually. He completely dodged the entire engage from JR. Wukong did absolutely nothing. The entire Wukong ult went into Perry, who was ulting, right? So it did nothing at all. And then Hums is just able to walk forward, do as much damage as possible. Cat evolved with some great seismic shoves there. Perry does secure this Drakes. It's 3 Drakes now to none.
Yeah, Zev forced to flash away here. Perry in a weird spot. Exhaust going to be used onto Hums, but Dragoon going to get headbutted away, but there's still fighting happening across the map. Zev's falling low. Vakin not able to finish that kill off. Still trying to snip, snip, snip. Nothing to be happening here. I think this play might just dissolve here, but Dragoon, nice combo from Stunt. Hums on a killing spree now, as Will in danger. Going to use the clone. Nice charm back from Sudsy, but not going to be enough. As once again, they lose the Drake. This is now soul point for T, and they're also going to lose this Herald. Jolly Rogers kind of getting run over in this match.
In a really good position, D Esports is taking this Herald now. And they really can't land anything from Jolly Rogers onto the members, the important members, right? It's really hard to gap close against Talia, who just, cripples you, stuns you out there. Looking for the Weaver's Wall down in bot here. Finds the knockback, but looks like it might just be a classic support sacrifice trade. Will trying to trade it back, though.
Will. Nice seismic shove, though, into the rocks. Means he's going to get stunned up. And now double kill for Hums. Hums spacing pretty well here around Dragoon. Not going to give anything back. Nice sidestep as well. Hums playing so well so far. All out, not going to matter. As Zev now needs to be running back to base here. As, yeah, D just completely taking over the game at this point. They're also losing their top tier 2. What a disaster for Jolly Rogers.
Again, really, Hums and Cat Evolve. Great wall there. It was wall 2. Gap close, catches the support out. Unfortunately, JR decided to take the fire. We'll have a look back here. Look at this wall. Beautiful cut off there. Dashes off the right time. Only finds the knockback onto Nukes there. But Hums is with his mid laner to find the damage necessary. Beautiful cutback once again to his team in between. The sandwich press right there. Between this Cassante. Finds the last hit on the Wukong. Then great spacing up against this Cassante. Dodges the Q3 there. Dodges the W. As a triple, maybe a split triple there. But yeah, Hums playing really, really well. I think the seismic shoves as well have been all well placed. 0-0 for Cat Evolve with 7 assists, right? Really good control mage mid play right now, and Hums having a game that he needed to have. As last game, the Corki didn't do what it needed to do. It really didn't find the late game scaling. And the Tristana is, right? A level up on this Lucian. Perry walking forward.
We'll be okay. Atacon up now, so that might be the next objective in the cards. They utilized the Herald to get the tier 1 there, as they drove it top lane. Maybe looking to potentially get a crash there. I don't think they're going to find it, but still. Regardless, Atacon, only thing that's up right now. And to mention, yeah, Hum's just playing this game so phenomenally. 6-0-2 on this Tristana. Has been spacing so well this game around, like, just any potential, like, anything that could potentially pick himself out there. He's spacing so well around it. Already having a bit of a rough one in this game. Not really able to have any kind of impact. Atacon going to be taken up here. We were talking about Atacon in game 1, about how it's sometime a trap, but if you can get it uncontested like this, you're more than happy. As Atacon going to be locked down here for the Esports. And nothing to really be played around. They might lose his bot tier 1, which will be an objective bounty here for JR. So they'll be able to at least secure themselves some kind of gold, which is nice, I suppose. But still, not where you want to be here for Jolly Rogers, especially with such a dominant mid-game comp between Lucian and Ari.
That was some really well played macro there from the Esports. After they, find the vision and the prior in the top side.
Hold that. Yes. Yeah, Dragoon actually gonna get taken low here a little bit, as actually Zeb gets almost one shot by the bomb from Tristana. Perry's gonna pick up that kill in the back. Dragoon's also gonna fall. Will gonna be next. When becomes lightning onto Nukes as well. And it's just a complete run over. Hums reset after reset after reset. 1, 2, 3, Goomba Stomp. And Hums. Goomba stomps them all and gets to take this mid-tier 2 here in just a second.
Game that the Esports need to have for the mental reset after an hour break. And it's good for us to lock back in a little bit to have some fun here. But yeah, Hums having an amazing performance right now. JR, a fight that they don't really need to take. There's no dragon up. I was confused. I thought my timing was wrong. Looking for an Ari charm against the two front lines here. Buys so much time for the rest of the Esports to walk in here. Look at how much time Alistair buys.
Yeah, look at that. And also that damage.
Misses. A great flash onto the Lucian to separate the fight. And again, Hums, the spacing is so beautiful. Cat Evolve wall, perfect time. Hums for the flash auto last hit there. Doesn't need to last hit the support there at all. That's going to be Ocean Soul over to D Esports. And a solid lead. Over 10k in this game.
Largest we've had the entire series so far. As it will continue to grow, I'm more than sure it's going to continue to grow here.
That's a good gamble.
But Baron's still not in the cards for 1:30, but they do find themselves the Ocean Soul. And if they weren't dying beforehand, they sure are probably not dying here at all. Ocean Soul on Gwen also just makes her sustain so disgusting. As Dragoon caught out in another really weird spot. This has kind of been a problem for Dragoon. Going to use the all-out to distance himself, but it's not going to matter. Gwen's going to be able to catch this one up very easily, even using the flash. Hums finds a kill in the mid lane as there's an altercation happening in the mid lane. Dragoon finally going to go down. Subsy getting chased down. Nice charm. Nice Spirit Rush to avoid the headbutt combo there. Would have definitely gone down, but just barely ekes out. But Hums completely taking over the game. Is Cat Evolved with the Weaver's Wall. Gonna force out the flash from Subsy. You gonna miss from Cat Evolved. Nice attempt there, but this honestly might just genuinely be the game. Tristana and Gwen gonna shoot through these towers. Back and having a little bit of some emote spam there to have fun. But this is going to be the game for DE Sports in a very dominant game 2. And they bounce back with their mental when they needed it the most. Gebetto, how can JR bounce back after that performance from D?
I'm having a look at Hums' POV in that last fight that we didn't get to catch there. And once again, his spacing just the whole time is great. I feel like JR in this upcoming game, what do they do? The first time they had the Rel, they had the engage, right? They had the land onto Hums. I mean, they had Mundo, right? Which isn't the craziest gap close, but the times that he was able to land onto Hums, it was over immediately, right? I feel like in a position there, you got the Galio as well, right? In a position in a position where you're now 1-1. Game 1, finding Hums all the time worked really well. being able to shut Perry out of the game, picking a later game jungler, perfect. But this game, you know, you've got an 80 carry that gets outscaled. You've got a jungler that you're going to get kind of stomped on early game, and your team can't really land that well, that effectively onto this Tristana, onto the Talia. I feel like JR needs to go back to pretty much exactly what they were doing before. Draft some good early game that transitions well into the late game, right? And then find something that can shut down the backline of the esports, because it feels like to me that that's the star power coming out of this team. If you're able to find, you know, I'd love to say just pick Pantheon, but considering that it's been banned very early in the draft every time, you know, things like that. Are you going to go towards something like the I don't know, draft forcing Hums onto an immobile carry, going something like Jarvan? Still think that, you know, Maokai is something that you can go towards. Sejuani if you really want to. Finding something from the support as well. Like there's still engaged supports that are available. You can still go something like a Nautilus. Leon is still available to shut down Hums, basically, so that he can't do what he just did. I'm not saying that if Hums was shut down a bit there, the game's won for JR. It's probably not. Obviously, his Tristana's pretty good, but you can't get in a situation where he's just free hitting every fight.
Yeah, so honestly for me, right, highlight again, the Talia pick just made also made JR's comp so hard to play, right?
Yeah.
And also the Alistar pickup was actually quite nice as well, because it also shuts down some of their engage there as well. Vagan had a bit of an early game blunder a little bit, but brought it back. Obviously it's Gwen, right? Gwen gonna scale up, especially on the top side, but for me, right, I really want to see JR the Sona pick. It just didn't work. It just got no value, right? Like the game was over before it even had a chance to do anything, which is kind of
Yeah.
the problem with Sona, right? Like you're depending, but also if you're gonna pick something like Lucian, you can't really like slot in like a scaling support like this. I'm gonna expect it to
Yeah.
go well, especially when you're into like something like Tristana, because you're just gonna get stomped. You need to just like genuinely like play strong, and that's maybe where I might have wanted to see the Tark. It would have also helped some of their team fight problems, right?
Hmm.
You can eat all the damage in the world when you're Tark ulted. I'm just saying, but no Tark gonna be locked in there
Nope.
for JR, and JR gonna come up empty-handed in that game as D completely stomps him. We're gonna send it to a break here. Hopefully this one's a significantly
Probably
shorter than
shorter.
the last one. As yeah, hang in there, guys. Thanks for sticking around. I'm Ozzy, joined by Gebetto. We'll be right back. Hello and welcome back from a much shorter break than the first one. I'm Ozzy, joined by
God.
Geppetto. We're getting in here for game number 3 between DE Esports and Jolly Rogers. DE Esports showing up big time in that second game. Completely dominant win. No questions asked. Never in the control of Jolly Rogers there. Geppetto, what can Jolly Rogers look to do to increase their chances of winning moving forward in the series? Because that game 2 was dreadful.
I really think it's getting Hums on something uncomfortable, drafting around, taking him out, and then also doing the same around Cat Evolved. I think that it's wrong to put the sole, praise on Hums. I think the Cat Evolved had a great 2 games. I think that on the Hui, it was a much more like carry style. Obviously, didn't unfortunately work out, but a ridiculous amount of damage from the Hui. And then more of a control, supporty style mid on the Talia, finding the seismic shoves when necessary, cutting off retreats with the Weaver's Wall. Great performance in both games. So shutting out both those players as much as possible, something that is going to be necessary for JR. And on the other side, if you're the esports fan, doing the opposite, right? Getting Hums on something really comfortable, playing around him, getting Cat evolved on something that's going to impact the game. You've been talking about the Azir, could be something that they go towards. We'll have to find out. Jumping into draft right now. It's gonna be JR taking second pick once again here. Center remaining banned, and I imagine that the Draven is also going to be remained banned.
Yeah, well, it is Fearless, of course, as Draven going to stay banned. JR opting to go for red side once again. But still, we're only in game number 3 here. Still quite a few priority picks left available here in this match. Varus has been banned basically every single game, I believe. Senna also being banned. So yeah, there it is. Varus going to be banned. Senna was first banned away from here 4D. So they don't want Zev to have that, or even potentially nukes, as some supports definitely starting to pick up the Senna after her buffs to farming. So we'll have to see.
Yeah.
Nico's in such a good spot right now in for support, more specifically, that
Yes,
I think
he is.
banning it away is just so nice. And it's also technically potentially flex, but really good ban away here. I really enjoy the Nico ban, as Jin is going to be the first pick here for Hums. I'm a little apprehensive about it, I will admit, but Hums having such a phenomenal performance last game, he could be on a bit more of a supportive AD carry, more utility based, as Sejuani locked in here for JR.
I don't know if it's the style that you necessarily want Hums on. We were talking about the Sejuani, something that I was talking about to try to land onto the back line of the esports. Leona taken away as well, which is a great look to try to start landing onto Hums. All right, take him out. The Braum pick up into the Leona, great counter pick here. Decent into the Sejuani as well. With the Jhin, though, it's hard for Jhin to proc that passive in lane, so it's going to be a lot more about surviving the lane, getting through the late game, Volibear leaving the Jhin alone. Volibear, something that's been banned away every game so far, now taken. I imagine it's going to go either towards the jungle or top. I'm leaning towards probably the jungle. Yone pick up here. It's great synergy with the Sejuani. Pardon me. Is technically a flex, right? Can go top, can go mid. But leaving the bot lane up here to second phase of bans. So JR must be confident they've got something up their sleeve here.
Yeah, I mean, they are definitely trying to pair up well with the Sejuani, getting the Yone locked in there. Since Vakken is in fact a jungle main, this Volibear could very easily go top as well. I want to point that out there. I do think it's likely to go jungle, but because Vakken is a jungler, might just be trying to put him on things that are more comfortable to him, right? Like the Gwen. That's a pretty comfortable champ because Gwen's been meta for a little bit now in the jungle. Volibear also been seeing a lot of popularity. Is Kalista going to be locked in here for JR? So we're not going to see any kind of like Renata for the Kalista. What do you feel about the Kalista Leona lane?
I mean, I'm a big Kalista fan in general. We've talked about it before. Like, it's a great pick. It's been nerfed a bit. It's still really strong, but it's really hard to play. You need your team to be on top of it. You need your support to be on top of it too. Victor and Jace locked in. Draft from the Esports right now is pretty scary. Jace can match against the Yone if it goes top. Victor has a pretty good time against the Yone too. I'd love to see a cat evolve like grasp Victor this game, just farm the stacks. Set last pick. Does it have a hard time against the Jace? I feel like it does. I feel like you could go double grasp if you wanted to for the side lanes, for the solo lane, sorry. For the Esports, farm up a bunch of tank. You've got tons of damage with the Victor as well. It's a tough game for Jolly Rogers. I love their comp. I don't know if I love the set. I feel like there's not enough AP damage at all for Jolly Rogers here.
Yeah, we are loading up onto the Rift for game number 3 of potentially 5 here, at least guaranteed a game 4, thanks to the win from the Esports last game. Does Jolly Roger have what it takes to keep their mental intact after losing game 2 so hard and losing their momentum because of the break in between game 1 and 2? We'll have to find that one out, as that's to be told here. As so far, more just aggression coming out here, just getting some vision from the side of D. Already getting that ward down on the blue side, basically mirroring exactly what they did last game. For me, the highlight is I actually want to see how Vakken is going to perform on this Jace. Because, like, Jace, pretty decently hard champion, right? Jace, obviously not a jungle champion either, so I'm just curious to see how Vakken's going to perform on it. Struggled a lot in lane on the Gwen into the Kazante last game. Jace being able to just stay in hammer form, or gun form the entire lane should be okay. You just stay cannon and just poke down. You just never try to hard aggress onto the set to avoid any potential there. So something that's been being picked up a little bit that I actually wouldn't have minded this game specifically for Jolly Rogers is playing Nidalee top into Jace.
Ooh.
You match poke. You play 80. You can never you actually just hard beat him. You have more sustain thanks to your heal. But 80 Nidalee been seeing a lot of popularity, especially in China. As really good poke coming in from Stunt though. In this bot lane, Zeb already falling low. As look at this. They have so much pressure around the lane. Obviously,
a lot of CS though.
Yeah, shouldn't lose anything too big here. But at the very least, Zev, as look at this gank or potential gank here, right? Parry farming up this Gromp. It's not going to lead to anything, no dive potential or anything, but they do find the invade, which is actually nice, and we actually missed first blood in the top lane, as I was just talking about. Vakken getting first blood solo boloed by Dragoon on set, which is crazy that it happened this early. No flash even needed, no flashes used. He just got solo killed.
Wasn't even traded back. That's crazy. I mean, Jace does have the grasp, like I was talking about. Something that I'm happy to see, but
Zenith play gonna be forced out here. Nice Q3 or Q from Will, and that is going to be a kill here from Zev. Braum already used the W to get out, so didn't have that available, and just opts to go down there. Well played, as Dragoon now actually kind of overstaying his welcome in the top side. Does have the flash. Is going to force the flash from Vakken. And Vakken, not enough damage to follow up. Set passive plus Doran Shield going to really come through. We're going to get what is Vakken doing here? he has flash here, right? Like, takes it takes a really bad trade. And no flash is needing to be used here. Maybe just timing difference here, like just doesn't respect TDs.
Yeah, he's gonna get pulled in. Just walk that pulled in. Wow, that really hurts. That's a bit of a knowledge diff, bit of a matchup knowledge diff there, but really good kill for JR down in the bot lane. Not only did they find the kill onto Braum, who didn't have any time to flash there, the CC chain was so good between Will and Nukes there, but Hums, cleanse and flash both forced. It's going to make the lane significantly harder for him to play out. Well, no matter what he wants to do, farm, play back, he can be dove fairly easily now. And like I was saying before, I mean, the Braum, great into the Leona, great into the comp of JR in general, like so good against Set, Sejuani, Yone, Leona. But it's not a great pairing at all with the Jhin. You really just cannot proc that passive at all. Braum passive, in fact, it's going to have a hard time being procced, period, this game. I mean, Victor auto-cancel, maybe, like, get some good stacks there. Volibear is going to have the best chance of proccing that when they're team fighting.
As another engage coming in from the bot lane, should just result in poke. Really nice rend there to slow down any potential trade back, but you're talking about it. I mean, technically, Jace Cannon, W, you use that. You get you get attack speed capped. So we'll be able to proc concussive blows off of the Jace W, but outside of that, they're going to struggle quite a bit to proc it, but obviously if every single person is autoing the same target, they'll proc it pretty quickly,
It'll proc it.
They'll proc it pretty quickly, but Here, still Vakin very low, gonna get stunned up and just
no.
double kill again. He's just disrespecting the E cooldown from Dragoon. Dragoon finds another solo kill in this top lane. I mean, honestly, like if you're D Esports, I'd be talking about this. Like, I don't see a world in which you would put someone who's uncomfortable top on Jace, because it's just so hit or miss, right? Like, you definitely don't want to. You don't want your Jace to be behind. And
No.
if they're uncomfortable with it, you especially don't want them behind. Because it's going to be harder for them to find those natural angles to get themselves back in the game. But so far, not going in the way towards Vakin, but going to be used. Fate Seal going to be used here in the mid lane. As Cat Evolved flashes into it. Q going to miss from Sudsy, but it's not going to matter. Nice flash away. And Perry just barely misses out on the kill on Will. Will lives at 10 HP. As a flash forward here, this is going to be Sudsy going down almost certainly, as Sudsy does at least trade his life. So they trade 1 for 1 at the end of it all. But Yon picks up the kill, and that's going to feel quite nice for him, right? I was kind of struggling, kind of down here a little bit in CS, but overall, well played by the side of Jolly Roger still. Even though a kill was traded back, forced basically everything out of both of them. So it's even some trade. You'll take that for sure for Jolly Rogers.
Yeah, the flash from Cat, a bit ambitious, trying to get out of the way. But you force the flash trade, I guess, is a great thing. But one thing about this Jace is that, you don't want your Jace to be behind at all. Sure, your Jace player isn't going to know the natural angles to get back into the game, like you mentioned, but it's also a pick that doesn't have value from behind at all. Like, tanks in general, especially tanks with, like, really hard CC, something like a Nautilus, an Ornn, even like a Scion, which could have been picked this game, right, in top. Great blind pickable, and the biggest reason, or one of the biggest reasons they're great into matchups is if they go down a significant amount of gold, it's fine, because they've still got value from their kit from CC, right? Like, Scion passive is still going to hit, he's still got ult, he still has the knock-up, he's still got great wave clear no matter what. Jace, especially Grasp Jace, that's being forced here to build what he's building, right? Ruby Crystal Cloth Armor, good juke there on the W, is going to do basically nothing down a significant amount of items, right? He's going to get outlaned by Set, he's going to be out team fought by Set, and the entirety of Jolly Rogers is going to have a really easy time killing him, and his poke is going to do nothing, and his all-in isn't going to be enough, and he's going to be then left without a kit, standing in front of the face of a Yone, basically, who's, level 7 now, doing fine, has a kill, down a bit of CS, and this Callista, right, that's going to eat him alive. So, in a situation where, if this was a Scion, right, or something like that, maybe a Shen, you've got angles to play the game that are quite easy to see, quite straightforward, right? Team fight, split push, maybe, be a tank, be a threat in the front line. But instead, you've got the Jace that doesn't have those angles. And from behind, it's infinitely harder. Grubs have spawned. Will started them up. Oh, pardon me. Good mid-prio generated from Jolly Rogers as both supports have rotated up. It looks like it's just going to be easy grubs for JR.
Yeah, actually, Perry taking away 2 grubs already. Kind of caught JR fighting for mid-prio a little too hard there. So finds 2 grubs for free. First Drake, still going to be up here, is actually going to be the longest a Drake has lived so far in this series, at least for the first Drake to be spawned up. So still no one really vying to play for this just yet. As Vakin just struggling on this Jace into Dragoon. Again, Vakin not really a top laner, so a bit of a questionable decision potentially in the draft to give someone not comfortable in top lane with something like Jace. As at the very least, Hamza's flash and cleanse are back up, so did not get punished for that early game play. As Drake though still spawned up here. Positioning around to get control on it now. Deadly Flourish just going to be there to poke nukes out just a little bit. As the game is kind of quiet right now. If you're D, you're more than happy for the game to be quiet. You're going to miss there from Dragoon. Does hit the W though, so it gets a nice little trade back. As maybe the strat for JR, right, is to get red side, because you can punish basically, you can just skill check Vakken, right? Like, that's basically what's
Yeah.
happened already. You just skill check him because he's not a top laner. And you just keep giving counter over to your top laner, as Drake going to be smited down and killed up there. As they're going to go in, Fate's Call going to be used as they're on the chase now. Flash going to be burned and cleansed. Nice Deadly Flourish. Curtain Call going to come out. 1 hit, 2 hits. Zev falling so low there, but Nuke's going to tank that last one up for him. At the very least, 100% accuracy on the first curtain call of the game for Hums. Doesn't miss, but this bot lane for JR is so low, but they're looking to dive this regardless of their HP.
Risky.
They want it. They're playing for it for sure.
No flash,
no
no
Fate's
cleanse
Call.
on Hum.
Yeah, they're going to look for it. Auto attack. Rind is going to get it done. Stunt. Honestly, it's not even worth giving anybody's life for stunt. They're going to play for it. Looks like Will is going to be able to tank that one up, and well played from Jolly Rogers. They somehow, despite having such low HP, going to find it, as Sudsy getting a little low in the mid lane, but going to use the Q3 to dash to safety. As, yeah, I can't believe they found the dove in the first place. Such a risky dive to go for, but Jolly Rogers playing right on the edge, and just, they convert a very nice 2-kill dive, give nothing back in return. They don't even give any sums, right? No flashes needing to be burned for that dive as well. So really well played from Jolly Rogers so far. And hopefully for Jolly Rogers here, they can keep this momentum going forward in this game, as the ultimate's going to be used. Vakken in trouble now. Does have the flash available. Going to use the acceleration gate, as Vakken going to be able to walk this one back to tower. Give a little nice Braum laugh there, but it's hurting a lot in this matchup.
One of the biggest things about that dive as well is you see Hums has full collector on that base after he dies, after collecting no minions, which means that during that dive he has enough gold to finish that full item. If he had that, absolutely that dive does not happen. Just an awkward timer for a dive. Jungler's on the other side. You're in a situation where you kind of need to give earlier, have a read. We can get dove here, have some, better vision set up, but a double kill over to the Kalista now. Sorry, 2 kills over to this Kalista now. It's becoming quite an issue, right? Already Kalista, quite a dominant laner. And she's going to be transitioning into this mid game now as quite a big threat. Full boost off this talk is terrifying. This next Drake 2 minutes is going to be a really, really big threat. And yeah, the top lane is only getting harder. Right, Set hasn't completed full boots yet. Sorry,
needs to be careful though. Nice ultimate usage, but he's just going to take so much damage. But he's going to live on 1 HP. The flash forward from Perry does finally pick up the kill. I thought Dragoon was going to save him, but the flash forward, but Perry's going to fall down in response. As what a phenomenal, and we just missed another kill. They caught off Hums walking back the lane. Stunt as well, gonna fall down, and the tower finally gets the kill onto Nukes, but it's gonna go to Stunt. And now tower plates are gone. This could very well be the first tower of the game going down here. As Kalista gonna be more than happy. 4-0 and 1 on this Kalista. And that mid play also not going in the favor of D, trading back. Just barely. You needing to use the flash ultimate from Perry to even land that. As
it was the Fate's Call once again. Hamza cleanse about 15 seconds away. Caught out by the Leona CC. The Braum ult was really good to delay the Leona. I had a quick look over at the Hamza POV replay. But a great 2v2 from JR. Find another kill on this Kalista. 4-0 now. As we are going to have a quick look over here at this mid play once again. Nice block from Perry. Finds the flash ult to get the last hit there. Really nice play. And you can see there the Fate's Call hits. Look at how much Hamza can't move. He's just standing completely still. No cleanse. And his cleanse was about 15 to 20 seconds up there. So caught off, getting some vision.
As a top lane play, Vakken is for sure just dead here. And falls down. Dragoon on a rampage by essentially basically himself. Nice little will gank there to secure him the rampage though. As also Herald being pulled up here. Zev guiding the Herald away from his jungler. So Sejuani needing to catch up a little bit here. But first and second towers going to be taken for Jolly Rogers in this match. Bot lane tower did fall earlier. Second one just fell in the top lane, and they secure themselves a Herald. Seems like both teams, they're not ready to give up. Both of them, and in a very favorable position. Perry, you might need to ult out here, as they are looking for this. Drake now at 2k, and it's going to be taken away by Perry, so we'll get that. Not even going to be able to ult out. Going to ult in, actually. Falls down, but look at Hums, right? Not able to contribute almost any damage. Curtain Call going to be used. Going to hit onto nukes. No sidestep available.
Nice
really nice
cancel.
ultimate from Will, though, to snipe up. Hums out of the Curtain Call there. And unfortunately, two people can be snipers in this game. This one happened to be Will, as it completely saves Nuke's life there for sure. As a really well played by JR. They do lose the Drake. So at the very least here, 4D, they find themselves a Drake. But yeah, break this down for me.
Great secure by Perry. But unfortunately, I mean, like, you're in a situation where both your members, look, Cat and Hums, can't really cast enough in this fight. You got Perry in the fray with Stunt as well. At that position, like, you don't really have enough damage, right? Cat needs time to get more items, needs this Leandries, needs the, QWER evolved. You need time for this Victor to scale, and Hums is pretty much out of the game, right? Compared to this Callista, who now has full Rage Blade, 502. She does a ton of damage. Yeah, Perry basically like sacrifices himself to get that second Drake to stop the dragon stacking for JR. So it is good, right? Like you're in a decent enough position where the Volibear, the Victor can scale enough now. Like you've got time to spend, I guess. But you're also in a game now where this Callista is becoming a humongous issue. And I don't think there's anyone on the team of the Esports right now that can stop this Callista. Jolly Rogers are playing around this Callista very well. Herald in mid. They're giving mid completely to try to find a kill onto Dragoon here with Perry, but it's just not working. He has Flash and ult. Herald hits tier 2. The pressure is mounting up here, Aussie. The Esports really need to find some in here, whether that's time buy, but I don't know if Jolly Rogers are going to give it to them.
I mean, a big thing about their comp, nice sidestep on the Deadly Flourish from Nukes there, but the biggest problem with their comp, right, is they kind of needed their lanes to not fall behind this hard.
Yeah.
Right, Vakin is completely out of the game. 153 stacks on the tier at 18 minutes. Not where you want to be, right? Obviously, Jace not necessarily the fastest stacker on the of the Manamune, but definitely nothing like an Ezreal. But even then, right, he's struggling a lot in the matchup of Jace, right? Even struggling into the Yone as well. Also, Hum's kind of out of the game now. Also, Hum's opting to build Collector this match is a choice and a half, in my opinion. You're looking at a set you're looking at set Sejuani, Leona, Yone, right? For me personally, maybe I don't build Collector, but unfortunately here, 4D, they find themselves very far behind, almost 5,000 gold lead here, as they definitely need to find an N, whether it be through a pick or whether they find some miracle team fight win, which I think that is starting to close because they're getting kind of outscaled here. Yone's starting to get items now. This Callista is just so fed too. 2 items, working on the third now.
Yeah.
Hum's not even finished with, not even close to the second item at this point. Is not doing well.
And not only is this Callista, accelerated, but the draft from the Esports doesn't have a ton of consistent damage, right? Like, Jhin doesn't really have a ton of consistent damage at all. Victor has some, but not a lot. The Jace, neither. Callista can, after imagine Terminus, and then it's just like the standard build Jackshaw. And then at that point, your one-shot doesn't work anymore. You can't kill this Callista fast enough before she stacks up enough spears in you, before she does that to the front line, whatever it might be. Especially, Terminus giving you the protections as well. You're really hoping that this Jhin Volibear Victor can be into something that they can kill really quickly. But unfortunately, this game, you aren't against that. Atakan being started up basically on spawn by Jolly Rogers. Is this classic Atakan throw. We'll have to see.
Yeah, well, Nukes is solo, like just straight up solo zoning them off at the moment. As this is gonna get rendered down, taken down in just a second. Atacon's gonna fall. Fate's sorry, not gonna hit anything. But guess what? Stunt falls down very quickly. As Perry forced to ult away, Dragoon gonna use the TP just for insurance. As unfortunately here, Vakin gonna fall down as well. Game is looking more and more dire here for D, and something that's kind of gone a little unmentioned here is the only person who can go in is Perry, and Set completely counters that. Perry ever wants to go in, Set just ults him out, and then he can't do anything, right? Like, has nothing he can do about it. He just gets thrown back into his own team, and that is kind of a very big problem point for D, right? Like, this Set pick, you know, we expected it to maybe struggle a little bit into the Jace because the Jace can keep the range, but back in a little inexperienced, gets punished quite a lot in the matchup, and also just what Set can bring into the, like, specifically into the solo dive of Volibear, which is not at all what you want, right? Because you want people to follow up with him, but you don't really have that. You have some long range follow up, I guess, like you can poke somebody down, maybe burst someone down off a volley stun, but you're not even going to get in. Like, Set's just going to ult you right back out before you have a chance, so the Set pick, kind of sleeper good here.
Yeah, I mean, I was worried about the lane, like you said, but Vakin not as experienced as he needed to be in this matchup. It's one of those matchups as well where it seems like if you aren't experienced as the Jace, you suffer, but the Set just walks up, EQs you, and you're dead. Like, there's just nothing you can really do. W if he needs to. This Kalista is sitting on quite a large amount of gold as well, looking for more waves, some potential action on some tier 2s here. Some pings are coming out, and some roams are coming down. Members of
Xenoblade gonna hit onto Hums, forced to cleanse, and oh, they didn't layer their CC very well there, but it's still gonna be flashed forward by Sudzi, and he's gonna get stunned up, but guess what? He gets to go back to his soul. He's gonna fall down for sure. Volibear steps on his head, but still Will's very tanky here. Kalista is here now. Perry trying to kite out for Will. Gonna get slowed up here by Perry. Has like 80 spears in him. Nice barrier usage. Harind not going to come out from Zev just yet. Does use it there. Doesn't kill Barry, though. They need to run here. Do not want to give any more kills. Cat Evolved on the chase. Gets the slow now. Gonna get the move speed from the plant, so should be okay. Gonna walk this one out. Fate's Call as well with the empowered blast cone plant, and really well played from Jolly Rogers to get out. A little deep there from Sudzi, a little over happy there. Honestly, you just take what you can get, right? You just blew both of Hum's sums there, so he's just a free kill next time, but really wanted the kill. They're going to lose their mid-tier 1 for that play. But they find a 1-for-1, and still some map control. The biggest thing, right, for me is, like, Cat Evolved, I think, has been playing so well this entire series. And it's games like these where, like, he's on Victor, so he needs time, but like the game is basically like already in such a losing state for D Esports that he's not even going to be able to like scale up fast enough for him to start having these like massive impactful plays that like he's had so far in the entirety of the series.
And he's still performing really well even in this game. But my eyes are looking towards the item disparity between Kalista and Jhin this game, and that is horrendous to play if you're Hums this game. Ouch, that really, really hurts. Enemy Kalista has 3 items, and my Jhin has Collector and Tank Boots. Still probably, 400, 500 gold off of Infinity Edge. So this Jhin is a long way away from doing any meaningful damage.
As they might find Perry. Perry gonna blast cone gonna be used, auto attacked, but they are gonna stun up Perry. But really nice ultimate from Dragoon, and he just slaps Hums in the face, and he falls down as well. And this is going to be a complete wipe for JR here. D just going to be left with no one left standing. Vakin also now in trouble. Going to get Q3 knockup. This will be an ace for Jolly Rogers. Game in trouble now. Looks like they're going to utilize the teleport on Dragoon as well. This should just be the game, Gebetto. And what a phenomenal team fight for JR to end this one. 25 minutes in. No questions asked. They stay in the driver's seat. They're going to stay in the driver's seat all the way to the victory screen. As finally, JR with a very clean game in this game 3. Bounce back after the game 2 performance. They are going to stat pad a little bit here, but bind themselves with a Nexus explosion. And they're going to be happy with that one for sure. Definitely a game to be happy after, especially after your game 2. Both teams' mentals seem to be resilient so far. But that D draft has to be talked about because that really, to me, is what set them so far behind. Because you really had nothing to go, and if you do fall behind like you did this game, especially giving an inexperienced top laner Jace, you're down 4v5 at the bare minimum.
Right, that blender fight at the end there was beautiful to watch. A set again. I mean, you're talking about the volley there. Didn't even really need the little bit of ult in. You got blast coned in, then ult on top of everybody. He pulled in with the E, the W, Yone ult over the top. That was disgusting. So beautiful to see. It's unfortunate. I mean, look at the damage that Insta VOD review, damn. From Hum's team here. Very good to see from them. But yeah, the insane amounts of damage from Cat Evolved despite losing that game. Like, really, the victor was a great point in that game, right? Cat Evolved has continuously played well in this set, despite losing these games. You know, in both games that they've lost, they've looked out of control of the game. In both of them, like they were significantly in the lead and in control of the last game. But Cat Evolved has continuously looked good. There were multiple breaking points that game. I mean, that dive on the bot lane, where the Kalista got the 2 kills there. Obviously, the early kill with the Kalista against the Braum. Hum's using the summoners multiple times, needing to double summon her against the Leona. That's one of the strongest things about Leona, right? She forces you to go cleanse, and then even then, you use cleanse. The next time, you're dead anyway. Yeah, the top lane was a massive pivot point where Vakin just looked completely out of the game the entire game, right? Like, how big was the goal lead? Before Set got a bunch of kills, maybe not crazy. If you take out the solo kills, you know, the goal lead's not that much, sure, but his impact just on Jace, period, was really low. Like, I feel like Jace is one of those picks where if you're not Zeus, you know, or Excalibur Jace player, the Jace just doesn't look as strong as something like picking a Scion or picking an Ornn. You know, even the things like the Mundo, the Ornn in the first game, Vakin on the Gwen, like even that, it looked okay. I'm still surprised that they're going towards picking Vakin like carry tops, whereas I feel like picking him minimum a bruiser, if not a tank, would just be better. Would be a lot safer to go and just have him weak side the entire game and team fight. I feel like if you're a jungler, you should know how to team fight on tanks. Like if you don't at this level, you're doing something wrong. You need to be able to team fight on a tanky frontline champion and get through the lane for free. And team fighting should be the same. It's the same role basically. You're playing, you know, whatever champion it is. Sure, maybe it's not a champion you're comfortable on. Play Maokai top. Like it's playable. It's got tons of sustain. It's got the same team fight. I'm happy for you to do that. Jolly Roger's now up 2-1. Backs against the wall, D Esports. I imagine Draven's going to be banned. What more can Hums pull out of this 80 carry pool?
Yeah, and also, right, like, you mentioned it with, like, tank junglers, but, like, I don't necessarily mind backing on carries, that's more of a style that he enjoys, but put him on something that he's actually comfortable on and has time period on, right? The Gwen was a good find, like, that's a really good find between the two roles. They play the exact same way, regardless of what role you're playing, besides Gwen killing minions or camps, like, that's the only difference. So if you want to put back in on these carry styles, that's fine. You just need to find more synergy and not put him on something that's just so different than what he's used to. Again, right? It's an unfortunate like part that you had to sub him in, but at the very least, right? Give him a fighting chance, right? Don't put him on something like Jace, like because if he ever messes up, it's so hard to recover for even the best Jace players in the world. And when you're so uncomfortable on the champ and so uncomfortable in the role, if you fall behind, it's basically game over for you, and you have no chance. And for JR, to talk about JR, right, a talking point for them, I think like Will overall, I like him when he's on like these these junglers that can get active early, right? The Wukong didn't work so well because he got invaded, and that game was basically over for him at that point. He couldn't really find any impact on the Wukong. But now that he's on like the Sedge, or even in the game 1, right, he was able to be active in the earlier portion of the game. I like this look from Will.
I mean, he's performed really great. I mean, obviously the Kindred scales, but having a team that can play around Will when he's on something that, has potential to fall behind definitely helps, right? When you're playing something like the Wukong, the Ari isn't going to be that champion that early game is going to be able to roam down to you and fight level 3 with the Jinja. It's just not happening, right? In this game, I mean, the Sedge is great. It's a great look. The Yone is something that can assist with the Sejuani. It pairs really well together. So if that continues to happen for JR, it's looking really, really good for them. Hums, I'm having a look at his camera right now. He's looking pretty stressed. These guys, they got to dig deep. Maybe it's Cat Evolved on the Azir. Maybe it's Katarina. Who knows? But they're really going to have to dig into the champ pool going into game 4, right? Fearless is hard for every team in every region, no matter how good you are. It's a difficult position to be in. A lot of your comfort stuff is out. He's never getting Draven. And he's doing this. I'm going to do the same thing. It's tough.
Yeah, well, it is tough, definitely, for players, of course. But for us, we're gonna do the same thing. Put our arms, take a little relaxed break, have fun. Of course, I'm Aussie, joined by Gebetto. We're gonna head ourselves with a nice break. Stay tuned for game number 4 between Jolly Rogers and DE Sports. Hello and welcome everyone. Welcome back. This is gonna be game number 4 between DE Esports and Jolly Rogers. I'm Ozzy, joined by Geppetto, of course. That last game, dominant showing from JR. So we had a bit of a back and forth one. Game 1, game 2, very dominant performance from DE Esports, and game 3, very dominant from JR. So we kind of got the entire spread so far, except a close game where DE Esports win. And speaking about DE Esports winning, they need to win this one to keep their hopes alive, because hey, if they lose this game, they're out. They don't move on. They don't promote. They don't have the ability to fight for a spot in NACL. So this game very important for DE Esports. Sanchovi's subbing back in the top lane after Vakin had a bit of a rough one in that game, game 3. But overall, despite that, do you think DE Esports has what it takes to bounce back, or do you think they're going to be left too stressed out to compete?
Yeah, we were talking about it. Some of the players on DE Esports pretty stressed out right now. I can see some of their cameras here. But yeah, let's hope that the whatever internet issues or frame issues that were going on with Turvy have been resolved. I would really, no matter who wins or loses, I don't have a horse in this race, but I'd hate to, have any doubt, be like, oh, well, there was ping issues. Like, that always sucks. So no matter who wins or loses, I'm just hoping for no issues there. I mean, this is an important game, right? These next two, really, really important. You're, set point, match point for Jolly Rogers. If you're, DE Sports, you're staring down. Losing here, you're against match point. For promotion into the qualifiers, right? It's high stakes. It's an emotional set, obviously, for players like we were talking about. And the competition's good. The matches have been really good quality. It's really hard to pick and point out some awful things. I'm going to close that so I don't see draft accidentally. But yeah, it's a stressful situation for DE Esports. But I mean, there are teams even in recent years who've been in the situation that JR are in. You get too confident and then you lose. Like, my mind, I'm thinking towards is the T1 DRX final where players are walking off stage laughing, like hugging, like they've already won. And then you lose 2 in a row, heartbreak. Obviously, this isn't Worlds Finals, but it's an important set nonetheless. Like, it's a really important set. These next 2 games are going to be important games. If they go to 5, if it's over here, every step from this point forwards is incredibly important. Every mistake is going to stay with you. Every good thing you do is going to stay with you. It's really hard to sit with that, mistakes you could have made. And looking back, I hope that these players leave nothing, on the table, that they put it all forwards. Regardless of how the draft goes, I'm very keen. I'm excited, and I'm just wishing good luck to these players.
Yeah, as we are moving on into the draft phase now, we are playing Fearless. A whole lot of champions taking off the board now, as this happens in these longer sets. We do get the benefit of Fearless, in best of fives. Best of fives the best way to play Fearless for sure. As Rumble taking off the board from Jolly Rogers here by DE Esports. Draven Band staying the same. Hamza not going to be able to be comfortable at all in the series. As Senna. I mean, again, Senna bans, they don't want to play against it. I think it's pretty strong. Curious to see if a Varus ban is going to come out this game. Because again, 80 carry pools. Varus ban's still going to be up. 80 carry pools still kind of needing to be looked at here. Because typically in Fearless that we've seen, 80 carries are usually the first people to actually get pinched out. Unless it's like a hyper specialized top, like laner or player like the bot, like Baus, right? But usually, as you move up in skill brackets, the 80 carries are the one who get pinched the most. So curious to see how both teams are going to be able to react to how pinched the pools are now for the 80 carries.
I mean, Jarvan ban signals some low mobility carries. I mean, this Nico we were talking about ban before can go towards the support or the mid. Hoping it goes towards the support, having that playmaking potential from the support is a good thing. I think Cat Evolved, I want some more late game hyper carry potential with the damage, something like an Azir, the Skarner. Picked up from Jolly Rogers here. A lot of tank presence, CC engage, and it's very flexible. There's the MF we're talking about, taking it away from Hums. I mean, you had your doubts towards the MF in general for Hums, but JR taking it, I think that MF is a great pick in general. No Braum, no Leona to either counter or pair with, but does work quite well with the Skarner. Trundle to answer the Skarner for D Esports right now.
Yeah, well, they also locked down, like picking MF here locks away Nico MF, which has actually been kind of strong that we've seen. So I do really like the MF takeaway here from Jolly Rogers, despite my disdain towards the champion overall. Sivir going to be the answer for Hums here has me a little worried, and the Azir going to be locked in here for Sudsy. This JR
matchup,
draft,
by the way, it's so good. Have you seen the Azir wall, and you can Skarner push them into the ult?
Yep,
You can do the thing with Poppy too. Ooh, it's dirty.
I mean, that's the thing, right? Like, personally, I don't see a world in which, like, if you're gonna pick Trundle, like, is Jolly Rogers really gonna ban Trundle? Like, genuinely, like, are they gonna ban Trundle?
Yeah.
I don't think so. You could have just picked Azir here for kind of ult. Not like he's bad on the champ. Like, we've seen him perform on it in the past. And it's not like Azir's in a bad spot. Obviously, you give away the Nico flex, right? Like, oh, she might not go. But Vigar going to be banned away here from Catapult. I actually like that answer. Means they can't lock someone down, like the Azir or like the Skarner in the cage. Nautilus, this Jolly Rogers comp is just so disgusting. It is so disgustingly
Yeah, it's pretty good. I wouldn't mind a Poppy here from D Esports. The reason I was saying Poppy there for Jolly Rogers, it's not actually good for them, but it's a good denial, right? Potentially something to go towards, but the Nautilus, no Braum pickup. There's no real answer for the Nautilus here, other than, like I said, maybe you go towards a Poppy here, whether it's a Poppy top. Give me the Garen. Oh man, this draft feels really desperate from D Esports right now. The Stylus is a great pickup into the Azir, Skarner, Nautilus. Great in general. I do understand the Trundle, but this draft is a bit all over the place for D Esports right now. And the Shogun, like, it's just a great blind pick. Sorry, not blind pick. It's counter pick. But, a great weak side. Sit there, farm till late, be tanky, be a threat. I mean, Nick, like, where's the damage for Skarner Shogun this game for D Esports, right? Trundle, that's it, right? It's Trundle. Bit of Garen. Garen's probably not going to have the best time this game. If Trundle can't, Perry can't have a great game on Trundle, there's really no damage that can take out the Shogun, the Skarner. On the other side, you've got Azir MF, right? Into Nico, Silas. The damage from Jolly Rogers is great. The front line is excellent too. Like, it's really hard to get to any of the members of JR. They have so much CC. I feel like this Jolly Rogers comp is just slam dunk.
Now, the benefit is, right, Jolly Rogers did decide to pick Nautilus into Sivir. Sivir is, like, the only time Sivir almost ever gets played is specifically into Nautilus. So, a very good counter pick into the Nautilus, but the added CC Nautilus does bring to the rest of the game, I think, obviously offsets that a little bit. Nautilus is going to struggle a little bit of this lane. Nico, kind of a menace in the melee supports consistently. And to talk about damage, right? Hums technically could get through this front line. It's just going to take such a long time of farming for the Sivir to really come online to get through the front line. There are some decent ults here for Catapult. I also want to point out, like, he can steal Skarner, but hold that. We're going to get into game number 4 between D Esports and Jolly Rogers, as this is a do or die game here for D Esports. Can they take us to 5? Or are they going to end up their season short here? Unfortunately for them, if they lose this match, that will be the case. But Silas taking away Skarner ult also means he can't do anything during it, which is kind of not great because you kind of lock yourself into Skarner ult during it.
Yeah.
So the only thing you can do is move, which is not ideal, but Catapult been having a fantastic series, right? if there's going to be an X factor, it can be the Sylas. He has so many good ults to take away here. He can also take away the Cho'Gath ult and eat somebody if he wants, right? So really good ults
True.
here for Catavault. Catavault's been the most important member of this D Esports squad by far in how their game, like how they're performing throughout the series. That if Catavault can get ahead, they might be able to find an end despite the team comp differences in the draft.
And it's a hard game to win. It's a hard game to carry for Cat Evolve too. I mean, yeah, he does have ult choices and some good ones and some, ones that are going to cost him some, like you mentioned with the Skarner. It is a do or die position for D Esports right now. But for Jolly Rogers, it's still not a position to lock out of, like you mentioned. The bot lane is going to be hard for Jolly Rogers to get through the early game. Level 6 onwards becomes easier with the ults once the jungle can get involved around level 6 as well, fighting around these dragons, around the grubs. Jolly Rogers comp benefits that greatly, but in lane, you can already see, giving up pressure consistently. They don't want to take any poke. They know it's not going to go our way. Losing some CS along with that does hurt. Let's hope for no solo kills in the top lane really early like we had last game when we get to miss it, unfortunately. But yeah, I think that time for both these teams. I mean, Sylas is going to have a really, really hard time up against Azir in the early game because Azir has incredible range. And I mean,
Actually, gank in the mid lane. Will might be able to force Catavault's flash. He's getting low. He hits the Q, but they see Parry, and they're going to force the flash away from Will, but Parry's going to flash forward. This could put them on the board, and it's going to be Parry now. Going to get very low, but it's going to be safe.
Top lane too. Solo kill for
Sanch is back, baby. Finds a solo kill in the top lane, and when they need it most, they lock in and find themselves up 1,000 gold in this early game.
Yeah, wow. I mean, a good look from Will, but I think overforce. I mean, he walks away. Trundle walks back in. Get a quick look at this top lane fight here. Dragoon hits level 3, looks for an all-in. Just misses the level up there. Silenced and taken down. Oh, so close to getting traded there 1-for-1. I mean, it's not the end of the world. Like, I was talking before last game about, champions that kind of do things with not a ton of gold. I feel in my eyes, I think Cho'Gath is one of those champions. You still want gold on him, but it's not Jace, right? Where you feel completely useless. He's still going to have an execute. He's still going to be able to stack objectives, which is what you want to be doing with Cho'Gath, right? The smite plus the munch. He's still going to have the knock up, the silence, etc., right? And late game, he's still going to get there, right? It's very unlikely that Cho'Gath is going to be so far behind that he won't have any items at all. But the Trundle getting off to an early start with the first blood is a big deal. We're talking about Perry needing to have a standout game here to play with Cat, who's had a great series in general. Trundle getting that first blood up against the tanks of JR means those items are going to come on quite a lot quicker. First dragon in 30 seconds. Both junglers are on the top side, however.
See, the good thing here, right, for D Esports is, we were talking about stress levels and stuff. Starting off with an early game lead like this really alleviates that stress, right? You have much less, stress. You have a nice little lead here. Obviously, you don't want to throw it, so you can't get... 2 laxes are going to miss on the Nico'd minion there, as not going to find any trade back there. Bot lane is going as expected. MF Nautilus kind of struggling a bit in the lane. Just honestly, this was just the strength of Nico, right? Nico is just so ungodly strong.
Yeah.
At poking down. His hook actually going to land on Hums.
Whoa.
Already used a spell shield. 1 more auto attack. Going to be actually 2 more auto attacks. Forced to flash away. As barrier and flash and heal used from D Esports in the spot lane. A bit of a misplay there from Hums. Probably didn't think he was going to get hit by the hook, so that's why no spell shield came out. But both summoners gone. And when you're into... Oh, they're going to potentially look to take this dragon in the bot side. They will not. They're going to take their resets now. As actually they find a hook onto stunt. Will is here, and the auto attack is not going to do enough for nukes. and the double tap
Nice.
is just going to do enough. The little left tap there. And actually, the trade back, a misplay from Zev. They trade back 1 for 1. It's not worth, but Dragoon finds a solo kill on the
my
top
God.
side. We are fist fighting. We are back. And Azir ultimate going to be used onto Catavolve. Shoves him under tower. Catavolve falling low. Does have flash and the ultimate available. So should be okay to walk this one out. As all 3 lanes, fighting happening everywhere. Dragoon now back on the board. MF, a little bit of that pressure alleviated, but a misplay there. Giving a kill back is not ideal, and they are going to potentially lose this Drake, as they will lose this Drake. Something that's kind of, I feel like Jolly Rogers has struggled with, unless they've just straight up smurfed the early game completely and up like 3k gold. They've almost never found this like opening Drake, but the ult from Cat Evolved going to be used. Forced to flash away thanks to the roam from Nukes and Will. Cat Evolved getting a little aggressive there. Teammates not in range to help him out there, but overall, this game is starting off. Fist fighting, like I said, happening everywhere. They started off with a nice hook on Nukes here in this bot side.
Look at
And
MF,
yeah, they're
by the
just
way.
gonna just
So she's out, right? MF is out completely. And the wave is under. She can walk in here and look for an order, but she E's and walks in. So the E isn't going to kill and walks in and takes the damage here. Beautiful knock up, flash 8 from Dragoon. Just beautiful fundamentals, fundamentus, as Alois would say. But yeah, just good level up time. Like, what can you say? He leveled up to 6, found silence, knock up, flash ult. Like, it just is that simple sometimes. A great timer, has the wave on his side. Sanchovi's not respecting the level 6 there. It's looking really good for Dragoon. Like, despite the solo kill at the beginning of the game, he's up a significant amount of CS. Obviously, it's going to alleviate a little bit after catching this wave, but it's enough that it's, building slowly, right? The solo kill there for Dragoon makes it even back in favor of Dragoon. And if MF didn't kind of turbo int that play there, that was just a clean kill onto Hums.
Yeah, they're losing these grubs now as well. So D Esports getting on the board early with objectives. As early as they did with their kills. So both objectives in this early game are going to be picked up here for D Esports. All 3 grubs and the Ocean
Trundle.
Drake picked up. Yeah, Trundle with 3 grubs is a bit scary. Even though it's a jungle Trundle, doesn't really matter. He bonks tower anywhere, including in the jungle. So Perry looking to gank top here potentially.
Looking to bonk the Shogath.
Yeah, they're looking to play for it, but the wave is pushing in. Dragoon playing really, really well here. Like, look at the patience from Dragoon here, right? Has the wave pushing into him. Perry's buying so much time. Sanchovi's is buying this so hard, but Dragoon gonna get silenced up, and the ultimate gonna be come up from Trundle here. Dragoon gonna fall low, and the ultimate from Garen, Demacia, and as there's another engage in the bot lane, Bullet Time gonna kill Stunt. Pop Blossom not gonna do enough, and nice spell shield from Hums there to not get tanked the Skarner ultimate from Will. So good counter play here from Jolly Rogers to find a kill in the bot side, but still they're using grubs. The Trundle still in top side. They're like farming out so many plates in the look, this tower's almost dead. It was full health. It was full health, and this tower's almost dead. 3 grubs is just so strong. Look at this wave as well. At the very least, right? Yeah, this wave being as big as it is means Shogath doesn't lose that much, but that damage on the tower is just absolutely disgusting coming out from Trundle. But they are going to try and dive, and unfortunately for Hums, he's going to fall down, uses the spell shield a little too late there, and Hook going to go wide, so Stunt is at the very least going to live, thanks to the on the hunt from Sivir. Gonna be turned into a minion to try and save himself here, but it's not gonna mean much. Get stunned up into the wall. They're kind of lacking damage here. Teleport comes through. Hook gonna land though. But guess what? The entire team from D Esports is turning up to this play besides Trundle, and both Zeb and Nukes are gonna fall down. Sanchovi's and Cat Evolved gonna clean this one up. In kind. And we are now back to a very chill game until 50 seconds, I imagine, thanks to the Drake spawning. As at the very least, Jolly Rogers find a decent play And it does force out 2 teleports, right? Like, that is kind of a problem for D Esports. This Drake is spawning. Dragoon doesn't have the teleport, but
Yeah.
Azir does, right? As actually a play going to come through, they're going to look into it. Pop Blossom going to be used, going to hit all 3 members. Forces the flash from Stunt, but flash forward with the impale from Will means Stunt is going to go down. And that could be all she wrote necessarily for this Drake, right? No Pop Blossom, no flash. You're not even going to necessarily have on... Yeah, you won't have on the hunt for this. You're not going to have hijack from Cat Evolved. I don't know if their ult economy is going to allow them to do this dragon. Now, granted, Jolly Rogers doesn't have very many ults for themselves here, but I think really they need Pop Blossom to try and fight this, in my opinion. They don't have the position, but Garen is here. Dragoon still no TP. This is the second Drake of the game, so Jolly Rogers should be able to feel free to give this one up. They are going to do so.
Yeah.
That's kind of... See, the biggest issue is, like, look at this goal, like, CS lead in the top, right? 20 CS in the top side, and also just letting Cho'Gath free farm. You're just letting a scaling champ scale harder, right? He's able to scale. They are going to lose the Drake, but he's going to maybe potentially force this tower as Demolish Proc going to come in. Has quite a bit of minions here. Garen going to get there in time at the very least. He's definitely... I don't think he's going to get this tower before Garen gets here. Garen should be able to pick this one up. So not going to find first tower just yet, but does take it very low. And even though Trundle was sat there in the top side to force those tower plates early, Trundle just found the same... Or sorry, Cho'Gath just found the same amount of plates that Garen and Trundle did. And he was left alone because Garen used teleport and also was forced to rotate down for that Drake fight, or potential Drake fight. As actually, unfortunately, Sudsy gonna get killed by a nice gank from Perry. And Cat Evolved using the hijacked ultimate there from Sudsy. Means Sudsy's gonna go down, but Cat Evolved, no mana now, gonna get taken under the tower. Ultimate gonna be used. No flash from Cat Evolved. Cat Evolved takes only 1 tower shot there, weirdly. Hook, the synergy though, but it's a nice hook. Cat Evolved's gonna go down for sure. Shut down. Gonna go to Will. Will gonna be happy with that one. Because, you know, Skarner does like a bit of gold himself. His items aren't necessarily the cheapest, especially building the Heartsteel first. So
he's got it now.
He, you know, nice little shutdown goal gonna go his way.
Hex Soul for this game is a fun one, to say the least. You know, JR, if you're able to get 4 Hex Dragons plus Soul, would be a very, very scary position. But also, I mean, the slows, AoE slows for Silas, for Trundle, very, very scary, right? I mean, this game is it's on a seesaw right now between both these teams, right? JR finds some good plays, whether it be in bot or in mid onto stunt. You know, Dragoon fighting a solo kill. Right now up in top lane.
Dragoon. He's going to try to clear the wave. No mana. He is just going to accept his fate. They do use both ultimates there, funnily enough. Like, Dragoon completely gave up there. I don't think they needed to use Trundle ult. Or maybe the Garen ult. Either save one or the other, but...
Yeah.
Dragoon, honestly, I don't even think Dragoon's mad about that death, to be honest. I think he literally was happy to just accept it, take the wave, and die. Because his death's not even in a bad spot. Potentially loses first tower here, but they are positioning around this bot side as well. Hamza in a very interesting spot to play this on. So first tower gonna go towards D Esports, but the play is on now. Hamza gonna get rooted up here, doesn't matter, gets shoved into the wall. Cat Evolved now is in trouble. Bullet time gonna come through. Damage just barely not gonna be enough, but it is gonna finally get picked up there by Zev. As dash away here, as Cho'Gath gonna join in with the teleport.
Oh.
And this should be Drake going towards the way. Excuse me. We're 2 minutes away from Drake. I thought that play was happening around the Drake. And, yeah, my fault.
It makes you think that they're coming down for the Drake, but I mean, Dragoon TPing a bit ambitiously, I'll say. I mean, maybe if he was going to take over, Azir basis goes top, but considering that Azir is collecting the wave here, feels like Dragoon's TP was a bit wasted. A great gank on the overstay from bot lane there. I mean, you know, they've D Esports committed a lot of their resources into the top play, and Cat Evolved is left stranded on the bot tower. Hums tries to save it, but Unfortunately, he can't do that. The MF vault was really well placed. Takes down Cat Evolve, gives over gold, and shut down to the MF there. Trundle's got the Herald, and this is scary, right? We were talking about before, 3 grubs on the Trundle. He's already gotten 1 tower. Now pinging up to this top tier 2. The members of JR are all around the bot side, still positioned for this dragon. They need to deny the stacking, but I mean, D Esports, they don't care about the stacking. They're going to herald the top tower. They want more gold. Going to do the Krugs first and potentially not go for it right now. Keep this herald for another day. But I mean, you see the pressure point, right, for D Esports with this herald, with the grubs, and this Trundle, right? If you're in a position ever where Trundle can take over a lane and demolish 1 or 2 towers, that gold that goes over to D Esports, whether it's just the Trundle, if Cat's there, it is plus 1,000, right, to the members of D Esports, whether it's 1 or a little bit less if it's split between 2. For what? For 1 Drake, for 1 Hex Drake? It's not a worth trade for Jolly Rogers. Okay, fine. You go, you defend lanes. Now you've lost the Drake because D Sports have taken that instead and they're opting to go for that. Now they're on Hex Soul Point. Jolly Rogers clean up the tower in the top lane, giving a bit of gold over to Azir, which is well needed. Azir needs a lot of items before he's ready to fight anybody. TP from Silas down to the bot.
They're looking to potentially pick off Dragoon. Don't find it. Dragoon still with Flash available here. As still, Will in a very interesting position to potentially start this one off. Drake going to be pulled up here for Jolly Rogers. As Hook not going to land from nukes. Dragoon also. I really kind of like this Pencer potential here. Dragoon. Look at Dragoon, right? He's actually Penceling them in. They're going to use the Herald now as they're going to drive it into the fight, potentially. Nukes. They're going to get maybe potentially caught out. You forced to use the depth charge early, and the 2-man ultimate coming out from Will is not going to do enough, but they do pick up Stunt at the very least. Sanchovi's forced to run away. Perry now trying to also run away, and they kind of mis-synergize there with the ultimate there, but they do pick up the double kill on Dragoon, and this should be the Drake as well for Jolly Rogers off of a chaotic fight, kind of very chaotic fight, as Will uses the Impale and starts pulling them out of MF ult, and then realizes, oh, I need to drag them back into the MF ult. So this will be Drake number 1 here for Jolly Rogers. And as we talked about, if they can let themselves 4 of these, that's very scary.
I mean, the biggest part of that is we're talking about why were, D Esports in the lead there, right? Okay, they have 2 Drakes. They have this Herald and the Trundle, 3 grubs. They can, really push that advantage in so many different ways, right? Instead, they choose to use the Herald in the middle of the fight. Does it go for towers? No. Trundle is driving it for an engage. Nukes buffers the first hit. The second hit doesn't knock him up. Finds the knock up on Card Evolved, who takes so much of MF ult. 5 kills on this MF. Stunt can't do anything in this engage at all. Only hits tanks there. The Azir shuffle is a bit awkward, but does find Sanchovi's there. Double kill on Dragoon here. But, they have the advantage with the Herald, with this Trundle, with these grubs, and instead it's just all thrown away on some random engage on a dragon that we were saying you don't need to fight for. There is so much standing gold for D Esports here to take. The Herald on its own isn't bad. I mean, you can Herald bot tower, take bot tower, continue the push up, and take the fight later. I'm really confused as to why the play there.
Cat Evolve, nice sidestep though. Does have the shuffle, gets shuffled back in kind, still has it, but he's going to get caught out, forced to flash away. But guess what? On the hunt is used. The team is here as Stunt forced to flash away, but Sanchovi's doing quite a lot of work back onto Sudsy. Cat Evolve going to find another heal for himself. Nuke's going to fall down potentially here. Does not fall down just yet. Will in the back line chasing down Stunt. Stunt's still alive. Bullet time going to be used to clean up Perry. And JR almost get collapsed on. But it's a complete disaster for D Esports. As we talked about it, they're damaged right now. They just cannot get through the health bars of Jolly Rogers at this point. It doesn't matter how well Cat Evolve played that so well, bought so much time, but still unable to find anything. Atacon now in the cards here for Jolly Rogers. Sanchovi's might want a piece of this potentially. Nope, just looking for maybe a bot play, someone greeting for that next wave. But this will be Adicon here for Jolly Rogers and D Esports. They really needed that win, and unfortunately, it just does not play out for them as we're getting this replay here.
And Cat gets a really nice size on the Skarner dash there, ults away. And the stolen ult buys tons of time. The Pop Blossom hits onto the front line, but where's the damage? You know, Hums is in no position to hit there at all. Gets immediately executed by the Shogath, and then MF rolls up so much damage on this MF. I think it's 6-2 is right now for this MF. Flash forward, Q, auto, R, finds the kill there. That's the red buff, unfortunately, the Nico there. I mean, this is the thing about Nico support. Is Nico support amazing in lane? Yes, one of the best, in fact. Like, the poke on Q, the cooldown, like, it's low enough mana. You really can take over a lane as Nico in support. And then at level 6 onwards, like, you feel really strong. I know it feels like kind of like a bronze play even to go for, like, the turn to a minion, walk down the lane. But it's still working in pro play to this day. The other day I saw, it was like someone did a double cannon wave. Like, cannon wave came past, then he turned into a cannon the next, and the AD carry cancelled his base to go kill the cannon that was actually a Nico, right? It still works, right? But when you're this Nico, when you're 0-5, you don't have great engages, and you're against a really tanky team comp, and your team can't really follow up, you basically just, like, rocket belt in, ult, get the knock up, and die. And your team has to win the fight for you from that point onwards. Like, yeah, Nico Clone can find great vision control. She has CC with the root. Heal, sure. Obviously, supports have vision trinkets,
Dragoon
but
getting caught out potentially here. They are going to use the ultimate from Parry, and also Catavolve going to take a nice little stack of, eat them. On the hunt, also used the 3 ultimates. They're gone now. They find something. They lose their mid tier 1 for it. They're probably going to lose their bot tier 2. And Sanchovi's here. Sanchovi's going to fall low. Nothing he can do here. Unfortunately, Garen, not necessarily the best at getting out of positions like that, and falls down. As they not only did they lose their mid tier 1, not only did they lose their bot tier 2, they lost Sanchovi's. They also managed to lose solo MF to their mid tier 2 as well. As Parry is in a weird spot. Imagine how much more work Parry could have put in if he had the Herald.
Exactly.
But uses it for that engage there. Doesn't get any value. Hextech Drake, number 2, going to be taken here for the Jolly Rogers. As the Jolly Rogers in a very comfortable position now, despite the gold lead not really saying so. Hums on 2 items, though, so can start pumping out some of this damage now on Sivir with, having those 2 items. The problem is, right, MF going to be able to complete this next item so much quicker, 6-2 and 2. Zev playing so well the entire series, I feel like. As, Will also making a lot of impact on this Skarner. Besides, like, the one, overforce play there in mid, has looked very, very good on the Skarner. Even after, getting invaded after the fact, right? Held his composure and just locked in, essentially, as JR, like I said, in a very favorable position here as the Baron is spawning up. 20 seconds on the clock. Does D have the miracle fight in them? Can they find a way back in? Because they need something. The game is slowly slipping out of their hands. They need to find any way back in. Whether it be a team fight win, whether it be a macro blunder from Jolly Rogers, they need something here. And they need something quick. As nothing really happening right now. Baron's still, like I said, in the cards. But nothing happening just yet. Just some vision control fighting here. As we're just passing waves back and forth as what LS deems the dead time in games. As we're just waiting.
3 minutes until the next dragon. It's a pretty dead time for sure. But we're talking about this Sivir, right? It does scale pretty well. But you want to give, or maybe a Baron force.
Yeah, like they're forcing Baron here. This is Bullet Time's going to go in on Perry. Perry's just going to get one shot.
Wow.
Pop Blossom going to hit 2, but it's not going to do enough. Sanchovi's going to do quite a bit of damage. Executes Dragoon. MF in trouble. Zev needs to be careful. Really nice shuffle, though, from... oh, goodness. Wow. I'm, like, completely lost in the sauce there.
Kill.
But really nice shuffle from Azir, but they still find a kill there onto the MF of Zev, and really well played from D. They turn something, or nothing, into something, and at least buy themselves some more time. Stunt potentially goes down here. Nice route. As, Sanchovi finds some impact in that team fight. Huge impact, actually. The ultimate coming through to kill the Cho'Gath at like a quarter HP when he has like 1,000 health left. Really well played from Sanch in this fight overall, but still, they had to use... this fight basically went so poorly, I feel like, for JR.
Yeah, I mean, it started off really good right here. Bullet Time takes out Perry immediately, but finally MF gets a pretty decent ult here. Nukes falls down immediately. Sanchovi's into the backline. Beautiful immune there on the knock-up from Hums to stop the Cho'Gath finally doing things. Look at this Hums flash, by the way. Flashes into the Azir ult. It's pushed straight back to give MF just a fraction of time. We don't have a fraction of time. We're going again.
Yeah, Stunt in trouble now. Has flash, but it's just going to accept their death here. Oh, nice little clone. They're chasing the wrong one. They're chasing the wrong one. But Nautilus is there potentially. And Nico is going to find a way out with flash. Holy thing.
Stunt tower as well.
Stunt gets out. Sanch gets the mid tower. And it's a win for D somehow. And what looked so awful. Holy moly. As they're also going to potentially lose their bot tier 2. There's so many pings coming down towards this. Bot tier 2 is for sure going to be taken here. And a macro blunder from Jolly Rogers. As, I mean, hey, I was talking about it. They need something like this. D needed this. And they find win after win here. Gives himself a lot of breathing room. 40 seconds left on this Baron. On the few members that have it left, of course. As actually Cat evolved in a weird, really weird spot. Sanchovi's going to be forced to cancel his recall. Double impale into each other here as a nice little funny interaction, but nothing to come from it. They do delay Cat evolved, but Cat evolved has the teleport, and no impale for this team fight is actually kind of important. Drake not up for another 20 seconds here, as again, we're just going to be waiting. No impale, though, could be very big for Jolly Rogers. Or I guess really big for D Esports, right? That is a very big CD that they're not going to have for the next fight. As Nuke's going to get potentially picked out here is more than tanky enough. Hook around onto Perry. Nice death charge to keep knocking him up. Pop Blossom only going to hit 2. Nukes is going to go down. Bullet Time not really going to hit anyone. But Stunt going to fall. Perry going to fall. Cat Evolve's going to fall next after this Danya's. And he's going to fall down. And still, even with a mediocre Bullet Time there, the front line of JR holds up.
That's
Hums,
too strong, isn't it?
Like, Hums just unable to really get any lasting damage and, like, into this front line. Has to run away. Even off of, like, they find nukes early, right? And it doesn't even matter. Unfortunately, for D Esports here, as they are going to lose Soul Point to Jolly Rogers here.
Ooh,
and yeah, I'm just
Hexdrake for Soul would be terrifying.
I know it would be very terrifying, especially into an MF comp. But we are going to get the replay here. Walk me through.
So the MF ult, you're right. It feels really awkwardly placed. But one of the biggest parts about this, we're talking about how much Hums impacts this game. Have a look at what happens to him in this fight. So he gets Nautilus ulted around about, or is it Hook in Nautilus ult, has to spell shield the Nautilus ult, then MF ult comes through. Hums has to back away now. He can't fight. He's out of the fight for the rest of the entire fight. He's just standing still. He can't fight. The front line from D Esports falls down. Cat evolved. House of Zonya's the knock-up. I mean, Hums just can't play the game. Like, he's spacing well, but there's no space from his team to buy him time. Like, there's nothing to cancel MF ult, right? There's nothing to stop this Cho'Gath from knocking him up or trying to, flash eat him as happened before. There's nothing to stop the Azir from getting involved. Nothing to block the Nautilus hook that's going to, guaranteed take off his spell shield. It's really hard for Hums to play these team fights, and it's really straightforward for JR to walk forward, zone out Hums and just take out the front line of the Esports. Like, yeah, this Trundle is scary. The Garen is fed, but they're still squishy. They're still paper to this MF right now. 3 items plus the tank boots. It's only going to get worse, right? You know, it could be a GA. It could be something like, I shouldn't actually go Essence Reaver. I love Essence Reaver on MF, but you know, doesn't want the Essence Reaver. You know, it opens up for more damage, I guess. Like I said, could be the GA, could be something like a spell
Perry
shield
gonna
even.
get potentially in trouble here. Impale is gonna land, and Perry is all but dead here. Yep, just gonna get eaten by Cho'Gath. Nom nom nom. Thank you. Today's
7K
meal is
HP.
troll. As unfortunately for DE Sports, they're gonna lose their top tier 2 here. Baron spawning up in 15 seconds. This Baron is probably just gone. Perry not even going to be respawned by the time it spawned, so they need to find another like side lane player or something. Sanchovi's kind of poking their head in the jungle here. Cat Evolved is pushing mid at the very least, so putting some pressure mid. As Dragoon now going to back to answer this. But this Zero Tower, interestingly enough, holding up this wave a little bit as Baron going to come through. Tier 3 is not going to be at threat thanks to their recalls. And Jolly Rogers, once again, find themselves a very, very, very pivotal find onto Perry.
Cool.
And something you mentioned, right, is how hard it is for Hums to play the game, which is true. And specifically in the last team fight, right, the MF ult was kind of mediocre, except it did one thing well, and it prevented Hums from ever walking in because it covered the entirety of the choke in which he was playing in. So he had to just stand there and just wait. He can't do anything. It's not like he can walk through MF ult.
Oh, Sancho.
As Sanchovi's got to get potentially caught out here, slowed up. Double rock by Will. Impale is going to land. Thank you, Riot Games. Forces out the flash from Garen. Force of Nature also going to be procced here with the Deadsman plate. And move speed is such a plus as that. This is why. He's more than happy to get out here. They do force Sanchovi's flash. And one of Sanchovi's biggest impacts has come when he has had flash. Because how hard it is for Garen to get into fights. But nice pillar here from Perry. Sev doesn't seem to care though. The huge damage, but really nice Pop Blossom. But the shuffle is just so massive. Back-to-back wins here for JR. This could be the end of the game. The teleport in from Cat Evolved is not going to matter. Gonna go golden. You're going to go to the gray screen. It's more likely. As he just gets flash eaten by Dragoon. Dragoon eating well this game. This is a massive Cho'Gath taking over the Rift. As all that can happen here is Hums. Hums needs to find a way back in, but he just can't. He's being guarded off. Both of the MF and the Azir holding them off. Hums can do nothing but watch as his Nexus falls in this game 4, where Jolly Rogers are going to take this series and move on. Congratulations to the Jolly Rogers. An unfortunate ending for the Esports. After they showed it time and time again, they were willing to put up a fight, but unfortunately the fight just wasn't enough. Jolly Rogers, once again, your winners here of this BO5, meaning they're going to be able to move forward. Congratulations.
I mean, not only was their team fighting really solid, their team coordination was great, but their drafting was really solid. That draft in particular felt so strong. I mean, look at the damage Hums did. Like, he is doing work. He's putting in work, doing more than everyone except for the MF there, who was significantly ahead of him. But you just draft gapped at that point. Like, yeah, you can hit tanks and get high damage numbers, but you can't hit when necessary. Cat Evolved didn't have the game necessary to carry that game forward. The Trundle Garen combo and the split push, it looked good in 1 or 2 plays, but when it came down to the team fights, you were down too many Drakes for it to matter. Soul achieved on Hex Soul Azir is too much. With the MF, it's too much. The Cho'Gath unanswered. Will, an outstanding set overall. Every game played was a great game. Congratulations, Jolly Rogers. Some excellent League of Legends there. And condolences to the Esports. They put up a good fight. Their win was very convincing.
Yeah, I mean, their win was very dominant. Also, right, they had a bit of some roster problems, right? A big break in between game 1 and game 2. Yeah, it just unfortunately fell apart for DE Esports there. Jolly Rogers, though, like I said, a majority, I think all of them had a phenomenal set here. Cat Evolved also showing just how strong of a mid laner he himself individually is, despite how
Yeah.
far behind D Esports were in some of these games. Still the highlight point for D Esports, right? Cat Evolved just showing off just how good of a mid laner he can be. But Jolly
Mm.
Rogers, they stay in it. They don't get distracted by the break, right? They drop one game. That's it.
Mm.
They don't care. They're not phased by it. One thing I think moving forward for Jolly Rogers, I'd like to see come out of them though, is I felt like some of their macro decisions were kind of poor throughout the entire series, right? They would give up maybe unnecessary objectives, or they would kind of be off of like off tempo on certain objectives in which they could have potentially taken.
Mm.
And that's something as they move through, like right, they're trying to get into NACL, right? They want that spot.
Mm.
You can't make those mistakes. You're gonna get punished for
No.
those mistakes against those better teams. And like right there, D Esports, they had a gold lead. They could have completely taken over the game just by side laning with Garrett and Trundle because the macro like decisions from Jolly Rogers wasn't that great. But they show their team fighting prowess and come up victorious here, and that's all that matters, right? All that matters is the win. Doesn't matter how you get there.
Yeah. I mean, you're right. It matters for the matches upcoming, though, right? It is a hard position to be in. You know, you win a dominant fashion, 3-1, you feel good. You don't want to, think about anything else. But considering that there are more matches to be played in the future to get in and play in the NACL, there obviously is things, even in wins, you can go back and go, okay, we made mistakes here. We got to get back to work, back into scrims. I think they played really well overall. I love their drafting, but yeah, sometimes you're not going to be able to generate leads like this against top laners that like those two middle games. You're not going to be against a top laner who is going to let you solo kill him over and over and over again. It's not going to happen. NECL top laners are probably not picking Garen. In game fours, you're going to be against Jax, Renekton, right? You're going to be against a lot more solid, just like laning top laners in general. Again, like the most thing for me is for D Esports is that like the champ pool was quite small, in my opinion. Like we're getting put on things that don't feel that comfortable or don't even really look that great together. Like the Trundle with the Silas, I don't really see it at all. The Sivers, it's fine. I can see Siver with Trundle, but I feel like I'm missing a lot of pieces where it's like in my mind these certain champions should be much more prioritized towards others. Even though I'm not as big of a proprietor as LS is, I still think Ivan is really strong, especially against teams that aren't the best in the world. And therefore, on the Jolly Rogers side, you've got to keep in mind, like, yeah, you had great early games, some games, other times you were making mistakes and losing the early games up against these drafts that were kind of all over the place in certain times, right? Sometimes the D Sports drafts were really great. Game 2, great draft, played really well. That Tristana game was amazing. You got to be aware though, when you're going against, much harder teams, you aren't going to be against the Garen, game 4, against the Gwen counter pick that gets solo killed twice, against, the Jin that has a really, really hard time. Kalissa's not going to be 5-0 in lane. So having games like that where you aren't that heavily in the lead and you still have to find those wins, regardless of the lead, because it felt like every time JR won decisively, they were in the lead for a large portion of the game. Gold doesn't particularly matter. Like I'm not talking about just gold, but they were in control. Game 1, that was a bit different, but yeah, I think they played amazing. It was very fun to watch, very fun to cast. Congratulations to the guys there. That was well fought, well played.
Yeah, obviously showing they're able to step up, with adversity here, right? They had to deal with that pause time after their first win, right? That takes away momentum a lot, and also needing to deal with some sub situations there as well, which no one wants to deal with. Like, let's be honest, it gets annoying, but they maintained their composure, find a nice little win here. But I think with that, congratulations to Jolly Rogers again. I'm Aussie, joined by Gebetto here. thank you so much to everyone for coming out today. I want to say thank you, of course, for letting me cast. Of course, Gebetto as well. Thank you for casting with me. Thanks for production. Fantastic job today. But again, I'm Ozzy, joined by Gebetto. Goodbye, everyone. We'll see you at another time.